Trading at the Trading at the house, call it Big Dick Mansion. Charts on the screen, ain't no damn distraction. Bull flags waving, cash and check satisfaction. Their flags too, haters love the act. Nasdaq futures got the market on a leash. CT is starting, make them grit and gnash teeth. Pockets getting fatter, all about that cheese. In the big dick house, profit stack with ease. Bull flags fly in the sky, money flowing high. Bear flags unleash the beast, cash and checks no lie. Living large, future bright, never gonna shy. ICT can take a seat, watch our numbers fly. Flipping trades like pancakes, stacking up the dough. On the screen, lines of green, a profitable show. ACT talking noise, but they don't even know. We're the kings of the trade, got that instant glow. Big screens, big dreams, gotta keep it clean. Strategy pristine, always on the winning team. ICT screaming, but it's all a meme. Watch us reign supreme, living in a trader's dream. Bull flags fly in the sky, money flowing high. Bear flags unleash the beast, cash and checks no lie. Living large, future bright, never gonna shy. ICT can take a seat, watch our numbers fly. Fly in the sky, money flowing high. Bear flags unleash the beast, cash and checks no lie. Living large, future bright, never gonna shy. ICT can take a seat, watch our numbers fly.
All right. We are live here at the BDH. We got a special guest today. I'll give him a little introduction here in a second, but welcome. Hopefully, mic check. We're good, chat?
Mic check.
My favorite is I'll ask the chat if the mic works, and they'll be like, it doesn't work, because they're trying to troll me, and people are like, no, it is working. But we're here today. We got a special guest all the way in from New York City. We had a guy the other day. He came in, and he was only about 5 minutes away, and he showed up late somehow. I'll give props to Jake. You like Jake or Rake?
Let's do Jake. I like Jake. We'll keep it normal.
All right. So here we go. We got the man, the myth, the legend. Well, I was there for a second. Hold on a second. I'm back. No, we're back. Oh, we're good.
Yo.
Oh, where is it? Oh, there we go. Now, new computer, new stuff. You're on.
My man, thank you for having me. I've wanted to see this place since the minute I saw you post about it, and holy shit, it did not disappoint.
I loved your reaction this morning. You walked in, you said, wow, it's so big.
That's a direct quote, words
said.
from my mouth.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so big. You do not expect it to be this size. It's fucking nice office, man. I'll tell you that. It's a very, very nice office. I feel lucky to be trading here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, hey, you reached out to me, and I was like, let's go. This is funny because I don't think we've really ever talked.
No, not at all. But I saw.
That's why I was telling him. I was like, wait, is he trolling me right now? I was kind of like, is this guy gonna even show up? He's like, hey, I'm gonna be there, but then on Twitter or something, post later. Haha, got him.
Got
that fucker.
I saw that you were posting. I saw that you were like looking for new people to come, and
yeah.
I truthfully, I also had really wanted to get out of New York for a little bit and come do
I
like
saw
a
you
day
yesterday
at the beach.
laying at the beach all day.
Laying at the beach, I
Drinking
swam
pina
in the water, drinking margaritas, swimming in the water. Like, I had more of a Monday off than you. They told me the market was gonna be Black Monday. I said I'm taking the day off.
You didn't trade yesterday.
I tried a little bit. I actually, one fair warning that I'm sure we'll talk about in a little bit. Your daily loss limits in these kind of market environments don't really mean shit. you can get filled out for twice X, which happened to me yesterday. You can get filled out for twice X your daily loss limit just for screwing around and finding out. So
You did it twice X?
I got twice X. Not even.
Did you get a call from the risk managers?
I did not get a call from the risk managers.
No risk managers?
In fact, I was about to call the risk managers myself and be like,
You're
hey.
like, hey, why'd you not call me?
What the fuck happened? But no, yeah. So that's as I'm gonna be honest with you. I was fully aware that that is a potential thing that could have happened when you're trading 1,000-point NQ candles. Yeah, your loss limits can get skipped over. So I did trade yesterday, and then I very quickly realized I don't want to trade, and I went to the beach, and it was great.
It was. I mean, it was just insanity. Honestly,
It was like
it was just. I don't even. It's.
I
hard
watched
to,
a little bit of it at first. It was fun to watch.
that whole like
It was
tweet or the rumor.
the fake tariff news.
Literally, at one point, CNBC's like, the rumor is Trump's going to pause, and then 2 minutes later, rumor is not real.
Rumor is not real. I'm like, who approved the rumor? Like, who's out there that's like, you know what, Trump hasn't said this yet, but like, let's just report it. Let's
Yeah.
just say that it's happened. I'm like, all right.
Were you around when they did like the fake Pentagon AI photo?
Yes. Yeah.
There was supposed to be a attack on the Pentagon, and it was an AI photo.
Yeah.
And literally everybody was like thinking that was when the market dropped like 400 points instantly because of that.
Yeah, no, that was
honestly,
a very quick rally back.
Might
yeah.
be my conspiracy theory in me, but I think that it was actually the AI. Think about it like this, right? So the AI needs to make money, right?
Yeah.
So what the AI does is it basically gets short the market, then puts out the photo, makes money, buys nuclear bombs from North Korea, and then blows us all up.
If that's the theory, we have a lot more to be afraid about in the like immediate future. If AI is already doing that shit,
I think they are.
I don't want to know.
The AI is going to kill everybody. Have you ever seen a movie where
yeah.
AI is your friend?
No. I've only watched television shows where I should be resoundingly afraid of AI.
Why is it that humans are so like we're so dead set on killing ourselves?
I am not comfortable with AI. I watched one too many shows where it went very wrong and no interest. So keep your AI to yourself. I'll operate on my own.
I mean, even Elon Musk was like, "Yeah, we're fucked."
No, and that's where
we're literally fucked.
That's where I start to listen a little bit. Elon's off his rocker for a lot of things. When it comes to like technology, he seems to be pretty in the mix.
Are you pro Tesla or anti Tesla?
I don't really have.
Would you vandalize a Tesla if you saw one in an empty parking lot?
I would not vandalize a Tesla if I saw one in an empty parking lot.
Just even if you had a little bit of can of spray paint.
If I had a can of spray paint handy, I mean, it's hard to not vandalize a Tesla. Or if I saw the guy driving it and I didn't really like his vibe a little bit, I wouldn't hesitate to. I saw somebody gave Big Daddy Max he has a Cybertruck, and he said somebody was giving him shit and yelling at him literally just for sitting in the car. And I was like, oh, wow. I
mean, he's too easy to make fun of, though. He's like fucking 500 pounds, 7 feet tall.
Max, I fucking love you. Great guy. But yeah, if I see you in a Cybertruck, I will probably also make fun of you a little bit.
Oh, man. Well, I gotta admit, my chat, they're pretty pro Trump and pro Tesla, so you walk. I'm
God,
here he comes.
The most neutral of all time. All I want to see is easy market to trade. Honestly, give me an easy market to trade, and I don't really care about the rest. I'm very selfish in that mindset. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I like it.
Extremely selfish. All right, what do you think? Where are we going today?
Today, what we got? I'm looking at the chart here. Let me pull this up. 30-second chart. We're getting wild. I do all my charting on the 30-second chart.
So you're a crackhead.
Yep. Support and resistance. 30-second. It's always going to hold. Right now, looking at the daily chart here, I've got this is a different computer that I normally trade on. So right now, I mean, that daily chart looks interesting from yesterday. We're still holding kind of a little bit of a gap up here.
It's a decent-sized gap up.
A little bit of a gap up. Do you trade? What's your feelings on gaps? Gaps love to get filled. Do you trade the gaps? Do you like the gaps?
I think that the market penalizes someone who thinks only one thing happens on gaps. Like there's some people who are like, when gaps come up, they're going to get filled no matter what. That's the trade I'm looking for. And usually when enough people are looking that direction, the market's going to go the opposite. So I don't think that for me, there's gaps that get continuation, and then there's ones that I call exhaustion or failure gaps.
Gap and go.
Yeah, there's a gap and go. Something's either going to get continuation on its gap or the gap is going to be a failure, right? And so we're in the range of today of like a failure gap. We're gapping up pretty far, and the theory behind it is that just enough people who are long overnight come in, slam their orders out in the morning, and ultimately kind of push us into a downtrend. So I don't know. The level I'm watching on the Nasdaq is 17,940s. So we bounced off it and held it really nicely earlier, like 20, 30 minutes ago.
Oh man.
But that's my line in the sand. If that continues to hold, I think it's going to be hard to fight it. And I wouldn't mind maybe taking a long, targeting yesterday's high, the little wick from up there. But if we get underneath the 941 on the NQ, 17,941, then I'm going to be pretty prone to looking for shorts, because that would start to give us the clue that, hey, okay, this gap to the upside is failing.
What was the level?
17,941.
All right.
17,940. So basically, where we just pulled back to and held on the 5 minute actually was a nice little retest.
Kind of like right at the bottom of that, kind of a little double.
Yeah, that
We
little
retested
pullback.
that kind of breakout there. We had that little breakout push
Yeah.
up and then kind of pulled back. What's your kind of go-to time frame? Do you have do you trade a certain time frame?
I am a time frame addict. So right now on my screen, you probably only, when we flip to it, you'll see a couple of charts off to the right. But what I am looking at on my ancient dinosaur thinkorswim here.
I know, you're already, this guy shows up with his
I need it.
thinkorswim charts.
I love thinkorswim. But what you'll see, you'll see a couple of them, but I'm always watching all of them. So for me, one doesn't do anything without the others also doing something similar. So I'm always watching the 2 minute, the 5 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, hourly, daily. Always all.
Can you check that connection again for that team viewer? There should be another notification or something.
Let me see.
Went off on my side, but it says waiting for you now.
Oh, now it's disconnected for me.
Yeah, there should be a little box, something you can connect.
Okay, let me go back to...
All right, right now, just looking here at the Nasdaq as we get ready for market open. Look at the driving simulator behind me. Jake says that he hasn't driven in years because he's been Ubering around New York City, but I think we'll see what happens. Sorry about the 720p. I don't know why the settings were set to 720p. Hopefully it's not terrible looking. We'll get it fixed later on. There's no way to change it now, unfortunately, now that we're live, but we'll do it.
Let's see.
Help wire. All right, I'll try out help wire another time. Right now, the Nasdaq pushing up here. Off that level, that 950 level. It's crazy. Are you trading full-size minis? You trading micros right now in this market? Or?
Right now, I'll probably trade micros. Mainly just because stops have to be big. You have to... All right, just allowed access.
Ooh, we're in.
You good? All right, perfect.
I can see everything now.
Woo! No, stops have to be big. So even on...
We're looking at Jake's charts right now, by the way.
Even on this pre-market entry here, ultimately, if you're going to use this candle as your reference point, or for what I call your signal bar, that signal bar itself is 60 points from where your stop is going to be. That's per contract, what? $1,200 on the Nasdaq? It's 60 points is not necessarily a small stop. So in this environment, for me, micro's more likely. In this environment, for me, micros are more likely just because the size of your stop. You have to have larger stops. So I try to make my position size and what I'm trading match up with the stops.
We're good.
All right, that's right.
All right, well, so you're trading micros.
So I'll probably be trading micros today.
I like
yeah,
it.
I'll be trading micros today, or a singular mini or two, or I don't know, who knows? Sometimes, sometimes you get in the thick of it and you're like, oh, well, I don't know. But the one thing about me is...
The one thing.
Well,
you got one thing about you.
One of the many things.
Only one thing.
I aim for larger moves. Typically my trades in the Nasdaq, when the market's not going buck wild like this, I still like to catch 100 to 200 points, and my stops are usually 40 to 50. So So I'd like to aim for larger moves. So I'll preface that today. If I enter a trade and why the hell wasn't it closing it? I try to catch bigger moves. Not that I always get them, but that's what I aim for.
You straight Nasdaq.
It's pretty much, yeah. When it comes to futures, she's my favorite. She's the best, isn't she?
Ooh. I mean, you know, it can be a little love-hate sometimes, you know, to be honest.
It's a toxic relationship, the way I describe it.
Yeah, it's like one of those relationships where you know you're supposed to break up with her, but you won't.
No, never will. No.
Because every time you get in a fight, then you have makeup sex and everything's good
it's
again.
just great, and you're like,
It's always that's the Nasdaq in a bubble.
That's
Literally.
incredible. Yeah.
Like you have a really bad day, you blow up your account, but then you come back the next day and you make a bunch of money. You're like, I'm in again.
You're like, I'm in. We're
I'm
back.
in love with this again.
We are so back.
She loves me again.
She loves me again. No, I will trade the S&Ps. I haven't traded the Russell or the Dow in a while. I do think if somebody's struggling, they should be open-minded to all four. Just because there's usually a good setup between the four. So if you're struggling to trade the Nasdaq, I wouldn't hesitate to like slow down a notch and then try trading the S&Ps or the RTY.
Well, I mean, there's definitely nothing wrong with trading micros, trading the ES. Trade the ES micros, probably the best bet for a beginner.
I would agree. Yeah. And in this environment, you don't need a lot of them to make money.
Yeah, I saw. The funny thing is, I've seen people that have just put like one micro contract on and held it for 3,000 points and made a nice little bag.
Oh yeah. Wait, 3,000 points? What the hell? Was that Kane?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's short there on that.
He's insane, bro. Many props to him. I think he's a cool guy and knows how to trade.
He knows how.
He knows how to.
Who's your? We were talking about earlier, but you're not a big Twitter guy.
No, I don't like Twitter. I think that it stresses me out sometimes. I was telling you this, and I told this to my friend a while ago. I was like, I make too much money. I have too much money to be stressed. Like my whole goal in life now, I'm at the point in my life where I'm trying to bring my stress levels down. I'm trying to go to the beach and sit in the water a lot more. So if something brings me stress, I'm kind of like, all right, well, you had your brief opportunity, and goodbye. So no, I'm not on Twitter. I don't know if I'll ever. I like to read Twitter. I like to read it as for enjoyment. But no, I'm not on Twitter. Instagram is where most of my social media takes place. Yeah, Twitter.
You're an Instagrammer.
I'm an Instagrammer. Yeah, I'm an Instagram. I don't know. I think Instagram stories are the most fun thing in the world. If you take that mic
and just kind of like push it. No, like there you go. Kind of angle. It was like angled away for you.
Yeah, I'm chaotic.
$100. Sorry, there's no splits on the tips.
You know what?
I need $100.
I think you've earned that one, brother.
There's a lot. I gotta pay for this shit, bro. The rental payment on that G-Wagon ain't cheap.
That thing is sexy. That thing is sexy.
I know you came. I feel very naked. I don't have any cars or anything. The Lambo's in the shop. The McLaren's in the shop. The Mustang's in the shop. The GT3's getting sold. It's
you're selling that one?
Here. Yeah, that was the easiest one to sell because all the other ones are getting worked on. And I'm trying to buy a new boat right now. It's just some money.
Yeah.
Money.
Yep.
Everyone's got their hands out. No one's trying to give me money.
Yeah.
All right, we're holding that level that you kind of were looking for. You were saying the idea of if we get below that 940 for a short.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching right now. So we open up in 8 minutes. My thought is, in an ideal world, I would like that to come trade first. I'd like us to come back, and then whatever happens next, I'm open-minded to it. Not to give one of those, over or under, we can do this or that. Well, but I really do think that that level will be like the guide for us.
Okay.
So if we come back, nice part too, a big part of what I do is use the opening print. So the first price that we open out at 9:30, whatever, doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at, 1 minute, 5 minute, hourly, whatever, the first candle of the day, the opening price for it. That to me is always a big line in the sand. If it were trending above it, easier to long, trending below it, easier to short, and it's just, because then it's just your daily chart. If you're on a daily chart, if we're below it, that means the daily candle's red, and it's easier to short. If we're holding above that, daily candle's green, it's easier to long. So the two levels for me that are going to be important are that 17,940s, and then whatever we open at, I'll put a green line there, and those will be like our two marks for the day.
I like it. Do you have any like, you have a mechanical strategy in the sense of profit targets, stops? Or are you kind of wild west? If I see an opportunity, I take it kind of thing.
A little bit of both.
It's really, I mean, I love the people who are like, I only risk 10 points to make 20 points on every trade. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, good luck. It's
good luck.
Good luck.
Like, it's nice in theory, right? When the market's
it's great in
all
theory,
nice, but how are you going to do that when you have 100 points on a 1 minute candle?
It just doesn't. It's not realistic. So for me, everything that I do, I use a signal bar, entry bar. So generally speaking, one candle is my stop loss, whether it's a
like
5 minute bar, a 1 minute bar, 15 minute bar. So that will depend on what candle I'm using as the signal bar that day, or not what I'm using, what the market sets up and gives me. So we'll see a few of them try and set up. Right now, the example would be the candle from 8:50 a.m., the one that bounced off that level and then the next one broke above its high. That would have been my quote-unquote signal bar. So I would have gotten long above there, stop below. Let's see. But this is...
So you do all your charting on Thinkorswim, and then you trade on Tradevate.
All my charting on Thinkorswim, then I trade on Tradevate or TradingView. Yeah, I'm an old dog. I learned Thinkorswim a long time ago.
If you weren't a guest on the show, I would say you're a moron. But hey, it is what it is. We can all be friends. I'm here to be friends with everybody, even Thinkorswim users.
Hey, Thinkorswim, we're grateful for you because we love you. That being said, I tried TradingView a little bit. It's not bad, but it's no Thinkorswim.
Oh,
it's no Thinkorswim. Let's just get that clear.
The best part is I don't even get paid by TradingView. I gotta get a sponsorship deal. TradingView, I'm out here promoting you guys all the time.
Yeah, speaking of which, Thinkorswim, can I get like a brand deal or something?
Yeah.
No,
Good luck with that.
Yeah, 0% chance.
Back in the day, honestly, when brokers were getting commissions, you could do deals like that because they were making money.
Yeah.
And then it was crazy. I remember when it was Robinhood obviously came out with their free platform and all that. And then finally the big brokers came out and started announcing that they were going to get rid of commissions.
Yeah.
So, and it was crazy because the news came out and it was like everybody was waiting to see if other brokers were doing it. But basically all the brokers lost like 30% of their value of their stock like the next day.
Yep.
And I was like, fuck, if you like would have got, short puts on that, because everybody pretty much had to...
you had to adapt to what Robinhood was doing.
So like that was 30% of their revenue was commissions.
Yep.
So it was like pretty much as soon as they got rid of commissions, then they lost that revenue and obviously the stock went down in value.
Yeah, I'll never forget that day just because I was a happy camper as someone who used Thinkorswim. I was like, oh, my platform just got a lot cheaper. Like, yeah.
I don't know what you were paying. I was paying $6.95 when I first started.
Yeah, I think mine was $7.95, honestly.
Yeah.
Something
if you traded, if you were a big dog like me over here, trading, 5 contracts instead of 10, up or down, you could get better commissions. I remember I called Thinkorswim all the time, too. It was funny.
I would try to negotiate the hell out of it.
I called them like, hey, so I traded 100 contracts today. Can you set me up with a better deal? They're like, no. I'm like, all right, I'll call tomorrow.
Yeah. I would always say to them, like, look, guys, I really want to stay and build a long-term relationship with Thinkorswim, but E-Trade's offering me 30 cents. E-Trade was not offering me 30 cents.
That's how you do it right there.
That's how you do it. But yeah, and in those negotiation situations, it's better if you actually have the offer from the other people. I did not. E-Trade was not offering me that.
Yeah.
Thinkorswim just didn't know that.
I told TopStep that Apex offered me $1 million, and they said, good luck. And I said, God damn it. $1 million cash a day.
Please TopStep, match it or fuck off. And,
I feel like that's what you're doing here. That was your plan. You're like, I'm going to go to the BDH, and then TopStep's going to have to offer me way more money to come on TopStep TV. I fucking knew it. I knew there was something to this.
I sent TopStep. TopStep TV wants me back on TopStep TV. They got to do a massive giveaway. Massive giveaway for my audience, and I don't think that was the most positive. I don't think that got the most positive reaction. I don't think my audience is going to be getting a giveaway. But I tried. Don't
worry. We did an Apex giveaway here a couple of weeks ago, and they sent me a bunch of codes.
Yeah.
Well, I was sharing the codes in the chat, and there was no limit on the codes. So at one point, there was over 1,200 evals activated with that code for a free eval. And they were texting me like, oh my God, stop giving out the codes. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that would that
I almost
falls
bankrupted Apex in one day.
that falls under user operator error. That's
I blame
That's a
myself.
big miss.
But my chat, I mean, I had one guy who sent me a screenshot that he got 70 accounts. 70 with that code. I had one guy who literally he got a payout from a free 300K account that he won from the stream. He got a fucking payout. I'm like, dude, have you tried you trade Apex?
No, that's one of the few that I have not.
The 300K with the trailing drawdown, it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
Like it is really, really hard. Because you can be up 15,000 on the account and you can still hit that trailing drawdown.
That's what kind of screws me. I don't do well with trailing drawdown just because I like to hold winners well.
Yeah.
And holding winners includes holding through pullbacks.
Yeah.
And so I've never been able to get over that hump. But seeing your payout from there, seeing Kane's payout, seeing a couple other guys, like Kyle's coming up on a $2 million, something like that.
Kyle, fuck, 2 million.
I'm looking at it, I'm like, all right, now I got to suck it up and get over the whole trailing drawdown thing, because if you were to take my funded futures account, I have the
50K account, you'll have no problem.
That's
you'll pass it in
exactly,
one
yeah.
day, just trade, kind of with that idea that you have a $2,000 drawdown.
Yeah, exactly.
And you don't need big profits because you can only withdraw $2,000 every 8
per
days
time
anyway.
anyways. Yep.
So it's like, hey, get your $200, $300 a day, do it consistently, do it for 56 days straight. My $600,000 payout, I didn't have one day over $1,000 like profit. Maybe a couple a little here and there, but like that's all I did. Here we go. Market is open. I heard your little bell over there.
We're live. The Thinkorswim bell. We are officially live.
What you got looking at right now?
I am waiting a way to see. We're pretty straight up, and going.
This is not a good straight up market to buy into.
No. I have no interest in buying in the straight up, even if it means I miss another 200 points. Realistically, I think the upside target is yesterday's high, that big wick spike from the fake news.
What was
the
that
literal
number?
fake news. 18,369 or somewhere in that realm. I don't really have an interest.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
I don't really have an interest in trying to catch a move straight up to there. If we come back down to like 950s first, then I'll look to go long or consider it. But right now, we're a little bit too straight up for me to buy. And I also don't like stepping in front of moving trains, so I'm going to wait a second. I'm not trying to short it yet.
Yeah, living in New York, you got to be careful of those moving trains.
Yeah,
they will
I
get
see
you.
those every day.
They will get you. I've talked to a person, a subway driver, and they're like, yeah, it's pretty normal.
Yeah.
People just die every day, just getting ran over by the subway train.
All right, not to get distracted, but if you're asking me about that, what about Brightline? Don't you guys?
Yeah,
doesn't Brightline hit someone like
The best
every
is that the Brightline hit the fucking fire truck the other day. We had a fire truck got hit by the Brightline.
How does that happen? Like,
Hey, safety first, baby.
how does that happen?
If anyone's gonna get in a car wreck, it's the fireman. He'll be safest. All right, so right now still flat.
Yep.
You're not looking. You wouldn't be looking for shorts until we get below that 940.
Yeah, I'm open-minded to shorts a little bit earlier. So, but that 940, the best short for me comes under that 940. That would be the best short. Right now, so the other level that I have watching is pretty much call it 150 on the NQ. So the two levels I'm watching are 940 and 150. So 150 is the opening print. So that's what I was talking about before. If we stay under that, the daily bar is red. There's a potential for like a gap failure. That would be something where I'm open-minded to shorting it. If we're above 150, zero interest in shorts, not even something I'm considering. So that would mean we're above the opening print.
Quite the uneventful little opening here so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we need a second to digest.
Just squeeze to the moon, baby.
The 1 minute chart here is setting up a potential 1, 2, 3 to the downside.
You use any indicators?
No indicators. I actually, just based on what I read, you and I trade pretty similarly, I think. You're a big bull flag, bear flag guy.
Yeah.
I think bull and
I mean,
bear.
I'll have the EMAs, just kind of on there, but
Yeah.
I think the EMAs for me or the VWAP is more so just so that I can see something's overextended.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? If something's really far away from that EMA, I'm like, but there's no way I can buy a bull flag here.
Yep. Yep.
Because
I
it's
like
gonna
that.
it's gonna fail and it's gonna come right back. Especially with the VWAP or some crazy thing. There's that squeeze a little push.
Yeah, we're getting back over the open. We're holding. Generally speaking, I like basic price action principles. So I really like bull flags, bear flags, breaking out of consolidation, higher lows, lower highs. everything on that front. Yeah, nice little push here. Back over the open. I want to see how this first 5-minute bar of the day closes, because there is part of me that if we fail this high, I'm open-minded to a short back under the opening print.
Somebody asked in the chat, who is this guy? Well, I think right now, what, you're number 6 on Top Step's leaderboard.
Yes, I'm number 6
funded trader, live funded. I think you're funded. I saw Matt was saying you're doing pretty good at My Funded Futures live as well.
I believe I have the longest lasting live account at My Funded Futures history. I could be wrong on that. I got it like 6 months ago, 6.5, yeah, a little over 6 months ago, and it has gone from a $20,000 starting balance to $135,000 now, trading 1 to 2 contracts.
Well,
so it's
leave some money for the rest of us, bro.
do my best. But and then Top Step, my live account is up like 60K since it's been started, which I do believe that I'm one of the few Top Step live accounts that's positive since it got transitioned to live. I think that a lot of times those accounts end up being negative. So I'm pretty happy about that.
It's a good stat to have. Good to be positive.
It's good to be positive, yeah. I am. That first 5-minute candle of the day did not do anything for me in terms of where we go next. As long as we continue to hold 150s, the path of least resistance is higher. But this feels like I'm chasing along, going long up here.
That 200 area, 18,200. Yesterday is that big spike candle, like you said, 360 area. Right now, Nasdaq just stuck there below the 200s. For now.
I'm debating the short. Now that we're under the opening print, I think that it would probably get stopped out. I feel like it's going to go higher, but this is one of the few times a day where I might have a 60-point stop loss. That feels tight compared to what we're used to.
Makes sense. There's that move down here.
Yeah, so let's see if we can hold under the opening print. So the downside target for me is going to be that 740, excuse me, the 941. So whether or not we get down there, who knows? But in theory, if we are going to move lower off the failure of the opening print, that's where we're headed.
That 18,000 right there at that EMA right now. 18,100.
That's a nice big old red bar. The other area to watch now that's important would be just the previous low of day, 18,000. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much 18,100. You want it. So if we can get back above there. So far, the short is working.
Down there to the 90s. Kind of looks like we can start accelerating.
Yeah,
back down there to that 950 area.
I'd like to get us there fast. I think that would. I mean, obviously, when you're in a trade, you hope it goes fast your way. But let's see. So far.
Down there to the 60s, just dipping. This 950 area to the downside there, kind of. You were talking about that earlier.
That's what I'm looking for. So, win, lose, or draw. Let's see.
Tested that 100 level again.
This would be a nice way to start the day if it wants to work. Shorts prefer we don't get back above that previous low of day. Previous low of day is 18,109. So if you're short, that's an area you want us to continue to hold below. Let's see if we can crack under that previous 1 minute low.
Stuck here below the 1800, 18,100. Right now, looking at the 2-minute chart here, just stuck below kind of that 120s. I think if we get back above the high, what that 140s?
Yeah.
Could be squeeze potential, but right now just holding on there. Keep that 120 in check here.
Keep failing the low of the day too, so really is valid reason to trade higher if it wants. So this is one thing about my trading style that definitely takes some getting used to. I don't like moving stops to even, and I don't like when I take a trade and then I get out and it works in my favor without me. So I often trade willing to give back open profit. So this trade I got short at like 125, I think was my fill. At some point I've been up, you know, decently enough to try and close 30 points, 60 points, whatever. I'm not super interested in doing that. I'm trying to hold this trade to my original target, which was the 950s area. And I know that over a course of enough trades over the course of time, my targets will hit more often than not.
Good way to look at it.
That being said, I just got this one back into little drawdown.
Just to relay, Jake is short there at the 125s, looking for the move down. You can see his chart on the screen right now.
I got short a little bit after we broke under that bar's low. I think I said I believed I was walking through it. I was short back under the opening print. So let's, yeah, I'm short, right? I got a little bit of a late fill under that bar's low. But now I'm looking for essentially, I mean, I don't know, another, what, like 150 points?
Kind of like that it trapped above that 120 area if it just needs to break to the downside here.
Yeah.
You got about a, what, a 100-point kind of setup here.
That's what I mean. That's why I'm not really interested in taking the shorter term profit or gains, because I'm looking at a larger move here. Yeah. And that's the thing. One of the things I like to say is you got to figure out what puts you on tilt as a trader. What puts me on tilt more, if I get stopped out at even or even for a loss on this trade, I truthfully won't really care. What will put me on tilt is if I close this trade and then it goes and works without me, I would be very much on a, that would be very annoying and hard for me to deal with.
Good way to look at it. I like that. I never really thought about it like that, but kind of making sure that you trade with the idea of what's going to put you on tilt or not.
Yeah, because I know myself, bro. I know myself, and when a trade that I'm in and I close it at even, or I try and get cute and I just say, no, I'm happy. When I close it and then it moves in my favor without me, I'm about to do some stupid stuff afterwards. Because it's like that's the epitome of, I was right, but I didn't trust myself. So I would rather take a loss, rather be comfortable and deal with it that way than I would...
Looks like that 150 area, kind of that line in the sand now for the Bears and the Bulls. We get through that 150, I think. I agree. Push through that high of day, but
I agree. 150 is the opening print. Get back above that. Still letting this rock, giving it its fair shot, but it's looking like I'll need a stop here. All right, back over the opening print. And I'm going to let this try and battle the opening print for a second, but this is where I'm going to close it out.
At 150, try to push through there. It's kind of a chop opening here so far. Do you have any rules about waiting for 15 minutes or 30 minutes or anything like that once the market opens?
Once it sets up, I try and take it. I've found that, again, I try to avoid things that put me on tilt. What has put me on tilt a lot in the past is having like specific, I only enter after the first this, I only do this. And then I miss a trade that I realistically should have taken, you know? Yeah. So I try not to put limitations on myself like that. I will say if I've had a bigger losing day and I'm coming back from that, then I'll try and skip the first hour. That's kind of like my...
Makes sense.
With them. All right, we have triggered a potential lower high on the 1 minute. Whether or not that holds, I got no clue, but the market had valid reason to go lower here. So if it doesn't...
Now it's like 160. We get through 160, should be a breakout.
Yeah. I don't think we're rejecting the opening print much, so. All right.
She's pushing that 200 area.
Let's see. Yeah, holds over this 152s. We're going higher.
Got those little kind of tweezer top candles there on the 1 minute chart. I see them on your chart kind of lined up there.
Yeah, let's see.
200 break. You think we go to 360 next?
That would be the path. That would be the path.
300 at least?
I'm curious now. NQ just hit high of day. ES did not. Curious how that reacts, but let's see. I started the day out minus 1,700 on that last trade. The NQ...
Give it and it take it?
Yeah, I was up. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I was only up like 2,300. So again, math just doesn't make sense to close it. Like,
yeah. No, I mean, hey, I'm not. Hey, you keep doing what you're doing, baby.
No.
I like to ask these questions.
Ask anything and everything.
You got some traders who fully believe that like no matter what they're gonna move their stop to break even, right?
Yeah,
like live and die by that.
Yeah.
And it works for them.
I don't think
like
that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong. I don't think it's wrong to have that opinion. I've been around the block for so long that I know what puts me in a position to do stupid shit.
Yeah.
And if I had closed that position, then watched it drift down to 750 and gotten that big of a move, and I wasn't in it, I'd be like,
yeah, it makes sense.
Throwing
Almost
shit
like
all over
better
the
to
place.
get stopped out than to go on tilt.
yeah. I honestly still think this is going to work. I think we might have just spiked the high a day and might be, we'll see. But I'll be patient. No rush.
Push through that 18,200 area, right back down to the 80s again. The volatility is still very volatile. I mean, we could get a 100-point move through the 200s to 300s in a matter of minutes. So be careful, my friends. I always tell people the best thing to do is basically trade with the idea that every trade could blow up your account. So protect it in that sense. Like, hey.
Well, actually, it can. I saw. It can. I saw a trader that I learned a lot from. Did you ever read the book How to Day Trade for a Living? Andrew Aziz wrote it.
I've seen it.
It's one of the, from my understanding, it's one of the first books that like all traders. I think it was one of the first books I read. He posted yesterday that he took a $2 million loss over the last few days, and it hit me in the face a little bit because I was like, damn, this guy he's been around for a while. He's an OG.
The funny thing
really
is,
good.
I guarantee those losses that he took were just probably something to do with sizing more than anything.
Oh, 100%.
I saw that he posted that, but I didn't see the whole story. But
he basically, from what I read, he basically said he lost about 2 years worth of gains in a day, or in like a few day span. So it can happen to anybody. Yeah.
Again, Nasdaq just back here to the 150s, stuck there at the highs.
Back under the opening print here, which is that 150 area. Back under that.
Back to test that EMA once again. Now we're going to Start dumping down through here?
Not the happiest camper.
Got our opening range high, basically 1,800, 200 to the 57s.
Still holding that open, though. We'll see how this bar closes. If this 5-minute bar closes with that wick and the next one breaks under its low, we've put in quite the failure to go higher. ES will actually have put in a lower high. So this is interesting. Again, if you're long or wanting longs, you just want us to hold above that 150, because that, as long as we're above that, we're green on the daily chart, we're above the opening print.
It's a nasty candle back down, though.
Yeah.
Like very bearish, engulfing looking candle. If you were going to take a picture of a bearish engulfing candle, that would be one right there from 200 back to the 100s. See if we lose that 100 area now, kind of that same thing as earlier.
Yeah, this is a short setup. This is the stop is over 100 points, which is just crazy. I don't want to rush into something after the first one.
Right now, Nasdaq sitting there at the 18,100s. We pushed up. We went right back down. Big range again today. Those 100-point candles doing destruction. So be careful, my friends. Be careful. Getting denied right there at the EMA again.
Yeah,
that, 120 area.
I'm still deciding what I think is coming next, but the nice part is no matter what, I would have gotten stopped. My stop was, I ended up getting filled out at 168. It rallied to over 200. So, like, there's no way I was going to be able to hold that through here if we end up going lower. If this holds here.
Right back to that 150 again.
Yeah, again, man.
Fuck it, eh? Another 100-point candle to the upside.
Yeah.
Wow. It's dangerous, people. It's dangerous. I mean, I have to say we got to go up now. Right?
No. It's that 150 is the area.
We got to go up now, chat. Through 200 break. The longer that we consolidate here, the bigger the move out of this range is going to be. Obviously,
Yes.
the 15-minute range right now, kind of 200 to that 50 area, but
It looks like the market now wants to go and rally up towards that 360s we were talking about first. I think it's going to 360s first. Where we go from there, I don't know. If the next bar can open up, next 5-minute candle open up and come back and test 150s again and hold, I'm interested in a long.
like it for the long.
Yeah. Let's let this 5-minute bar close, let the next one open up, and then maybe come back and test the 150, test the open.
What do you do if it just starts going straight up right now?
That's a trade I'll miss, sadly.
Bunch of liquidity up there, 18,300. Through the 200s here again. Just no continuation.
No.
They're liking this range here.
Which is fair. The market...
After that big move.
Yeah, big move pre-market. It's the same thing you say with your bull flags and bear flags. The market, realistically, the market's always either trending or ranging. There is no in between, and it has to do both. So if the market makes a 150-point move pre-market, it has to range a little bit in order for it to then trend again. So it has to bull flag on some level.
It's a question of are we consolidating or are we breaking out basically
Yep.
at any given point?
Yep. I don't like like the way that bar closed. Yeah, one more test of the opening print, and I'm interested. So let's let this bar close, and then the next one come back down to 850s, and I'm very intrigued.
$18,200 just sitting there now. We're looking at the 2-minute chart. We go to the 5-minute chart. Big 5-minute boner candle back to the upside. That denial got denied right back up. So still just kind of stuck here about a 100-point range. Buy the low, sell the high kind of day so far. We are already through the 15-minute range. We broke out there through the 15-minute range now. And that 350 area to the upside. Yesterday's big candle spike up there. Jake was on the beach tanning all day.
That's
Missed
accurate.
out on that wild
That's
move.
accurate. That's accurate. Okay, we got the 5-minute bar close I wanted. In a dream world, let's get this one back towards the 150s for on a pullback and see how it holds. So I would want to see it pull back to 150s and then give us some sort of hammer or something on a where we
wick
can
on the bottom.
a signal bar that we can use. Yeah, that's the dream. A really wise woman once told me, though, you can't always get what you want. So we'll see.
I thought that was a song.
That's a wise woman who wrote that song.
Oh, I thought you just meant like you knew a woman that told you that. I was like, wait, I think that's a song, bro. That's a song. What's funny, too, is like the if you look at my chart right now, that EMA holding up there at the low of like all those candles. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. Why? Why did that happen?
Yeah. What time was it?
It's
5. Yeah.
Well, this is the 5-minute chart, but it's funny because I'll have all types of different traders, ICT traders, supply and demand traders, all types of different traders, and a lot of times it's funny because they'll be like, hey, I want to buy, at this level, and I'm like, well, that's funny because the VWAP's right there.
Yeah.
Or the EMA's right there. That's kind of funny, right? Like,
I am convinced that virtually all technical analysis is
it's all the same.
It's all the same.
I mean,
it's just different
like,
words.
My favorite is someone will be like, oh, look at this unicorn setup. I'm like, that looks like a bull flag.
That's exactly. That's
like,
all
no,
it
it's
is.
a unicorn. I'm like, I mean, it looks like a bull flag to me.
That's all it is, man. That's all it is. It's just
flags move the market, basically.
it's the market is either trending or ranging. There's no in between. And guess what a bull flag is? It's a trend followed by a little bit of a range and then another trend. It's just really what it is. It's so everything is trend
I have
to
noticed
range.
a lot of times that the Nasdaq especially loves to like kind of break out and then pull back to where breakouts happen.
Yeah.
And then like base there and then
And then
kind of
base
like
there and continue.
make
yeah.
that next push.
Everything you think about technical analysis, like all the simple things that you were first taught, like higher lows, lower highs, like that's the most of there is. Like that's all technical analysis is. Everything, all these fancy terminologies, I think, are mostly unneeded.
Something's gonna happen. You can see there's a bunch of liquidity just sitting there, like 250s, 230s right now. We've been trading, but it's just been sitting there.
Yeah,
Or the market's trading there, but
I took my one stab so far, which in hindsight I would do again. So I'm not mad at it. But since then we've been in this kind of like chop range, and my goal is to not get myself chopped out. So I'm waiting to see is the next bar. I'm okay to miss a trade if it means I don't get chopped up. So let's see what I want to be sure.
that first 15-minute candle too, just like a big doji candle,
Yeah.
always hard.
Little
Because
indecision.
now it's like,
bar.
is this candle going to be another trap candle? Did we just chop back down? Did we finally get the explosion to the upside?
Here's a little bit of a break higher.
If we get, I think through the 250s, we got to get up there to 300s. We got buyers trying to step in right now.
I was hoping we'd get a pullback to the 150s.
You said 50, but
No
it's-
pullback.
I think the market thought you meant 250. If it pulls back to the 50s, not the 250s.
No,
not the
wrong way.
250s.
Wrong way.
Go back.
Wrong way.
Go back down, chat.
All right, so here we go, pushing to the 250s.
All right. 200, 259s now.
Whew. We're moving and grooving today. ES is close to yesterday's high. How close is ES to yesterday's high?
260, 250 pushing. All that liquidity there. It's crazy because there's been a bunch of icebergs getting filled. Some big orders getting filled up here. 200, some 200 orders coming through. You can see they've just been trying to keep it there at that 250 area.
Yeah.
Trying to hold it up there.
Tell you what, the ES daily chart looks. Whew, we're already pushing previous day's high in the ES. That might be a sign of what's to come in the NQ.
You look at the ES, Nasdaq, any other markets while you're trading, or
RTY and YM. I try to keep an eye on all four of the major indices. They tend to, in theory, they should move together, right? So when they're,
I feel like the Dow can be such a bitch sometimes.
It can.
It really throws me off sometimes. I'm looking at the Dow and I'm like, oh, fucking Dow's making new highs while the Nasdaq's like selling off. I'm like, what the fuck?
The boomer index.
Yeah.
The boomer index.
So I feel like I try to not look at the Dow. I try to like the ES and the Nasdaq are really like
they should be in conjunction with each other.
Like if I see the Nasdaq lagging while the ES is making new highs, then I'm kind of like, all right.
Yeah.
Especially if we have a bull flag set up for the Nasdaq to like push to new highs.
Yes.
That's when I'm like, all right, I'm anticipating, that Nasdaq's going to want to make a new high here.
Catch up with it.
Yeah. Or new lows and vice versa. It's not always, you can take good shorts on the Nasdaq. If the Nasdaq's like stuck at a support level, but the ES is just kind of bleeding out, that's also kind of a go-to setup. Oh, there we go. Those 30, 40-point movers.
Oh, yeah, buddy. All right, so we're coming up into that wick of yesterday's high on the Nasdaq. We've still got 100-ish points away, but this is the general region I'm keeping my eye on.
Nasdaq right up there to the 280s, back to the 250s, back to 40s. I remember the good old days. The market would move 10 points in an hour.
Those are my favorite times. Honestly, I do best in the environment where I'm
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially for you, if you're kind of a trader who's like looking for targets to get hit.
I hold
more than
for,
just like. If you get into, because some traders, they'll get into a trade and they're like, oh yeah, I want it to go down 100 points, and then they're up 10 and they're like, I'm out. I'm like, wait, okay.
They're like, wait, what? No. So I truly, when I'm in a trade, and you saw an example of that earlier today. I try and hold for my full target, and I like in calmer markets, it's fairly straightforward in my opinion to try and capture like multiple 100-point moves when you find the right setup. There's not a guarantee they're going to work, but you can put yourself in a position to catch them. So I prefer slow markets. Yeah, I like slow, and then I can use bigger size too. And it's like it's just less stress.
You trade night sessions or anything like that, or?
I try not to, but then,
that's one of the nice things about having my office not in the house anymore. Like I don't even have a computer at my house to trade on.
Good, that's very smart.
Right, because one of my biggest issues for me was those fucking have a couple of beers, maybe smoke a little joint, and then be like, I'm gonna go see if I can make some money real quick.
And then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're like, oh shit, like I just hit my daily loss limit before the day even started. A good plan. Yeah. There's been a few times it's worked out in my favor. The vast majority of the time it works against me.
I'm not going to lie. There was definitely a few XFA accounts that I just went full size, went to sleep, woke up 20 grand. All right, boys. All right. I'm a genius.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't done that on my Top Step Live before. Not even XFA,
Risk managers don't watch this stream. Don't worry.
Well, the risk managers at Top Step, you can take a look at my average win, average loss. I think I'm the only one on that board with a good average win, average loss.
You think is that just because everyone YOLOs XFAs and then they get moved into a live account?
Those stats theoretically shouldn't show the XFA trade
Well, I know, but that's what I'm
yes. I think
this guy's got $300,000 balance, but it's like his biggest winning day is $500. His biggest losing day is 20 grand.
It just doesn't. That math doesn't make sense. The math ain't mathing.
A lot of math ain't mathing over there. I don't know.
I think that, for a lot of traders out there, I think for most, especially prop firm traders, the stop loss is your daily loss.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's some bullshit. Like, this trader doesn't use the stop loss. I'm like, well, don't have a daily loss limit.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like,
I even trade my personal account sometimes. Like, I know that I have a max loss on the account, right? And I know that because I'm like, I go on tilt or whatever it is, and I'm like, mentally, I'm like, worst come to worst.
That
lock
protects
out
me.
at,
Yeah,
negative 10,000 or whatever it is for the day.
No, so mine's the same way. I trade the top step aggressively. Now I originally was using 4 contracts in a $4,500 daily loss limit. That's the ratio I like.
Yeah.
One NQ for $1,000 daily loss. That's just what I like. And then they moved me to 10 without asking me after an incident one day, which is fine. I just had to adjust. So it took me like 2 weeks to kind of get used to sizing it differently and stuff.
Oh, they upsized you up.
Yeah. After something happened one day. I don't know,
like,
but
they
added more size, and I didn't ask for it. But then I didn't ask for it. But then, truthfully, I could have called them and had them change it.
Yeah.
But I was like, once you put it on, and you're like, I can, So I now my contract size on Top Step is 10 with a $4,500 daily loss limit, which I still don't think that math adds up well.
It's
because
I mean,
I don't use. I try
That's
not to
one
use,
trade.
It's one trade.
That's
Exactly.
one trade.
It's one trade. But if you catch a good one, then it just matters if you hold it well. You have to be good at holding it well.
I mean, I traded with Top Step obviously for a long time, and I think there was a lot of times where I had a $5,000 daily loss limit or whatever it was. And one thing that I noticed is like that's kind of like my threshold, right?
Yeah.
Like if I'm either gonna have a green day, like if I look at my stats, like I'm gonna have a green day because like the first trade of the day is green.
Yeah.
Right? Like my red days are normally because my first trade of the day is red.
Yep.
Like when you had that red trade here, like I probably would have went on tilt and I'd be still shorting and I'd be like, fuck this market, it's rigged.
Yeah.
I fucking hate this market.
It's hard not to. That's one thing, and you've been around a long time and you know this.
Oof,
the biggest
I'm a dinosaur.
Seriously, the biggest skill I have now is a short-term memory and like not caring about what previously happened. I have all my data, right? I've been doing this successfully for a long time. I'm aware that
what's your every trader kind of has their what's your like total take right now
from
prop
this
firms in general?
Oh, I haven't done the math from when I started last year. I'm sure.
This guy, he made so much, can't do the math.
No. But I mean,
$1 million?
This year, no, I haven't reached $1 million from prop firms yet. I am this year in payouts. I've taken from prop firms 26.
Okay.
And then I'm up from 20 from Take Profit Trader, 6 from Tradeify, and then I'm up like 100 in my 2 live accounts. I just haven't taken any from them yet.
Yeah.
So I'm up 126 on props, and then I'm up 82 on my trade station, and I've taken that all out.
Yeah.
I actually had the big winning day on my trade station, traded for one more day, and then this market started to go this volatile, and I was like, I'm withdrawing every single dime of it.
You know what's crazy is I got moved into the Tradeify live accounts recently. I went 30 days straight in the sim funded, right?
Yeah.
And it has ever since I got moved into a live account, the market has been absolutely fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Like things that never happen. Like I was trading the open range the other day, and it literally went through the high, went through the low, and then reversed and went all the way back up. And I'm like, this never happens. Like if you actually go and look at the stats, the chance that the market breaks through the high and then through the low and then back through the high again, it's like 1 in a million days of like.
It's rare. It's very rare.
I'm like, how is this fucking happening right now?
What I will say is, now that I've had both of my live accounts with Top Step My Funded for like 6+ months, what I've found, especially the My Funded one, that's just like you look at the stats of that account, it's a holy grail of a live account. It's hard because when you're trading sim fundeds, you're used to risking $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a day, of $8,000 of whatever the sim funded is. You go to a live, and it's like you basically need to risk 1% or 2%, or it just doesn't work. Like it's really hard, I found, to survive with a daily loss limit on a live account of more than like 3 or 4%. Because it just comes down to how many losing days in a row can you handle. If you have a 5% daily loss limit, you can only handle 20 losing days in a row. You're gonna, you will hit a rut of everyone will do that. Like I had a stretch in March where I hit daily loss 8 days in a row. Like,
how do you mentally survive that 8 days in a row? I might jump off a building. 8 days in a row.
It sucks, but if you have your loss limits in place.
Are your windows locked in New York?
My windows are fortunately locked. My balcony, I don't know though, a few thin stretches.
I saw your balcony.
It's nice.
I got a balcony. Living the dream.
But it just again, I've been around for a while that I know that the 8 days in a row that I hit it, it wasn't because my strategy was failing. I was doing stupid shit.
It just and it's also it's a snowball effect.
It's a snowball effect. Let's be honest.
Because then you're in your head, you're thinking fuck, I gotta have a good day because I'm down 4 days in a row red.
And that's
exactly what happened to me with the Tradeify account. Now it's just no matter what I do, I can't put on a winning trade.
You feel like you can't get it. You can't feel like you can't get a rhythm out of it.
I can trade my strategy all day, and it just no matter what, it never works out, and I'm fucked.
The 8 losing days in a row, but I guarantee if I pulled up and looked at them, especially on the toss-up one where I was just hitting daily loss in a row, most of those trades came from overnight or pre-market, where I woke up and I was still kind of annoyed that I got stopped out yesterday. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get my pre-market entry today. And then I took it, and the next thing you know, I'm daily lost before. I would bet most of those days I was daily lost before market opened.
You know, I kind of envy people that live in countries where the market opens at night.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, man, it'd be nice to like trade, blow up my account, and then go to bed.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, if we blow up our account, it's like now I gotta sit here all day long thinking about it. Right? Like I gotta be like, I gotta pass the evals again and then activate them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fucking A, look at the Nasdaq again ripping up there.
Yeah, I don't trust the structure much. I've been thinking about trying some scalp longs, and I just hesitated. So
I mean, what are you gonna do here? Like, what do you do? Do you buy the dip and then hope it just fucking rips right back up?
There's scalpable moves, but I'm not much of a...
Should we go to the 30-second chart?
Yeah, gosh.
5-second chart, baby. Look at this.
I might get anxiety.
All right, 5-second chart. We're gonna get wild, chat.
Oh my goodness. 5-second chart. They make those?
Now they got the 1 second. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
What do you know about that 1 second chart?
There's actually
Look at that bull flag on the 1 second chart.
That's wild. I genuinely did not know.
There's a guy on Twitter who literally his whole like Twitter.
Oh, the Dave. What's his?
Like,
oh my god.
If you can't trade the 5-second chart, then you can't trade the 5-minute chart. I'm like, wait, what? That makes no sense.
5-second chart is crazy. Imagine making decisions that quickly. Like I already feel like on a 5-minute chart I have to make decisions quickly, but on a 5 seconds you have no time to make that decision.
Again, up there to the 320s, right back down 280s. The problem is like. The risk here is just immense.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not super.
You buy the breakout and then you get a 100-point drop. Like, what do you do then? Like, you just can't. You can't survive that.
No, I'm not super keen on this action. I'm just waiting a little bit. We'll see. Yeah,
I like it. We got time, all the time in the world.
Yeah,
some of my best trades always happen from when I'm like not thinking about it. Right?
Yes, and you wait. Really, my best.
If I'm like doing something else, then all of a sudden I'm like, oh fuck, bull flag.
That's literally what I was about to say. It comes
out
of nowhere because you're not watching the charts, and then you look back, and there's some consolidation, and you get a small stop, and then you're like, oh, I can go short here, and then like you go short with a small stop and get the big move down.
Do you have any rules? Do you have any rules with trying to like stop yourself from? Do you just like stare at the charts all day?
No, I try. The best thing to stop over trading is physical removal from screens. That's my biggest rule. That's really I'm not.
It's like crack.
No, it is.
You can't stop yourself.
No, the only thing that stops me from over trading is getting away from a screen. If I'm in front of the screen still,
it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Because you'll look at the chart enough, you're like, "Fuck, this
I'll be like,
so
okay,
good.
this is worth it, right?" And then you start talking yourself into it. It's like, well, if I fail, who cares? I'll just, I'll do them. I'll get another one, and I'll succeed. I'll get another payout. It'll cover the cost. Like the more you sit in front of the screens, the more likely you are to do not some dumb shit, very dumb shit, like very.
Well, and
dumb
it's funny
shit.
because if I look at like my red days or I look at my losses and I look and I'm like, wait. So why the fuck was I trading at 12 o'clock?
Yes. Yeah.
I went to lunch. I came back. I put on a trade. It didn't work out. I got chopped up, and then I'm like forcing more trades.
Yep.
And I'm like, but why? Like
why?
if I look at I'm like, when do I make money? 9 o'clock to 11, and then after the rest of the time, it's a crapshoot.
I will say I'm also a very stat heavy person. That was one of the things dealing with the daily loss 8 days in a row. Tough, but I'm a stat heavy person. I know myself. Whatever my daily loss is like 1 to 2% of that particular account value. Once it's live in real money, of course, it's 1 to 2%. My winning days, I know how to hold a winning trade for 200, 300 points. Like, I think it took me 1 or 2 days to wipe out those 8 daily loss days. And if you know that, if you've been trading for long enough and you know your stats, then it doesn't really phase you as much when stuff like that happens because it's just a number. It's just math. It's literally math. Where at one point, okay, I've lost 8 days in a row, -1%, -1%, -2%, whatever it is. Okay, I need to trade my same style, catch a couple of bigger winners, and mathematically speaking, those losses will be erased. And those were all gone within 2 days, right? So it's just, that being said, it's easier said than done. For someone who's been doing it for 8 years, it's a lot easier for me to look and trust my numbers. For somebody who just started last year or 2 years ago, you're probably going to be like, no, an 8-day losing streak. It's
over.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm literally done. Fuck this. Like,
well, I think you got to also, a lot of people get caught up in the whole like prop firm thing of like, oh, you blew up all these accounts. But it's like, yeah, but if I blew up 20 accounts, I look at it, it's like, that's like a $2,500 cost.
Yeah.
Right? Where like if I'm trading my personal account, I'll take a $10,000 loss like it's a normal day. Like that's my daily loss limit, 10,000. So if I blow up 20 accounts from from a fucking prop firm, I'm like, that's actually cheaper.
It's all math. It's always math. At the end of the day, everything in trading is math, and everything in life is math. Honestly, life is, as much as I hate it because I'm not good at math.
Everything is math.
Everything is math.
1 + 3. Don't start telling me that it's just numbers. I know you know that. Don't start doing it. Don't give me that.
No. I do not think trading is a numbers game. Trading involves.
I don't even look at the charts. It's just numbers.
I very much look at. I very much look at the charts.
Best quote ever in the trading space.
Oh God!
Just numbers, man. Don't even need to look at the charts. You buy and then you sell.
It's a numbers game.
I told my girlfriend. Every time I have a red day, I'm like, babe, it's just numbers.
It's just numbers.
I don't look at that.
It's just math.
The nice thing is my trading accounts are not attached to my bank account.
Yes, correct.
So like worst come to worst, if I blow up my trading account, I'm like, well, still got $1 million in the bank. I'll be all right.
That's why I'm always a huge advocate for people for withdrawals, or either withdrawals or platform risks. Like you need platform controls that make it so you can't lose more than XXX in a day. But nothing will beat taking the money out and putting it in your own personal bank account, because then it's not at risk of being lost in the market.
What do you think's the worst habit for like a new trader to create?
The worst habit for a new trader to create is trying to be perfect. So here's the market is much smarter than you. It's much smarter than me. It's much smarter than all of us. And the part about trading is recency bias makes it really easy for everybody to be a perfectionist. Like I one time had someone told me they were long and the Nasdaq was pushing up, and then it sold off 30 points. 30 points, and then they exited. Granted, they caught like a 200-point winner, right?
Yeah.
But they were like, man, I screwed up. I did terrible on that exit. And I'm like, you gave back 30 points off the highs. Like, that's not that much, one. Two, you were trying to hold for more. So like, but the message that I had to them, I was like, you're trying to be perfect right now. If you're trying to be perfect, you're gonna fail, you're gonna lose, you're not gonna do well. Nobody is a perfect trader.
I think the best way to look at it too is like, I have people all the time, I do the same thing where you get into a trade and it goes higher.
Yeah.
Right? Like you took a profit and then it goes higher.
Yeah.
And all you start thinking about is like, fuck, I could have made more. But it's also like, no, you entered a trade, you took your 30 points, and then it went 70 points.
Yeah.
But it's like you identified a setup that you knew would give you a very high probability of getting 30 points.
Yep. It's as soon as the trade is done, I kind of have to leave it. I'm very good at leaving things at the door. A lot of people struggle with that, where once you exit,
That's massive FOMO.
Yes.
Fuck,
And
like you said, that's massive FOMO.
And that's
you get stopped out break even. It goes 300 points. You're like, oh, you fuck, and then you jump in. Then you jump in at the bottom short one more time. Like it's got to go lower, right?
You know how many times I've done stuff like that, bro.
I mean, we've all done it. Anyone who says they haven't done stupid shit trading and just hasn't traded long enough.
Well, they're a liar too, because the only way you get good at trading is by doing the stupid shit enough.
Yeah.
And like once you do the stupid shit enough, you realize like, oh, okay, this is what happens when I'm stupid. Okay, let me not be stupid. Like you build up a skill set of not doing.
Nasdaq is flagging here. But
yeah,
it's just like it ain't sexy. I always tell people that I'm like it's going up, but it's like, what am I gonna do with this?
No, there hasn't been. I've been stalking it. I'm not gonna lie. We've been chatting, but I've been
trust me,
staring. I'm sure you have as well, looking for entries. So
like this, it's like, oh yeah, we're going higher, but like look at that, like just that setup. Ugh.
At this point, it's a pretty straight up chart, and
what do you got? That's just your circle. I was like, is that a cloud on your chart? But no, I think it's just your.
No, you're right. Yeah, just the circle from the previous.
Because this was like kind of an interesting level that you were looking for earlier. Like if we go higher, this is where we're going to push to.
Right to yesterday's high up into that 361s.
Yeah. That's
where the ES has already moved into yesterday's high. The problem for me is, like you said, this isn't pretty looking. So like, we've already moved up from the little pre-market pivot, 400 points, right? Yeah. So if we've moved up 400 points and we're 50 away from where I hope we're headed.
You're like, okay, I'm getting long, boys.
Yeah, like it's like, okay, like let me try and squeeze the last 50 points out of this move. Like
that's the best. That is literally the best.
Yeah, so
you're like, guys, this looks really good to the 300s, and then it's like 280. All right, I'm long now.
Yeah. You're just like, wait.
It just went up 200 points.
That was silly. So we'll see. I'm open-minded to anything. At this point, it feels like the market is strong enough that it wants to break previous day's high and continue that trend rather than just using that as a target. Will it get there? I don't know. So we'll see, but it's a strong-ass chart as of now. Just too straight up to be...
What was that level? That was what, 360?
360, 369s.
Yeah.
Yesterday's high.
I think we got to take that level out and then obviously.
And then we react from there.
See what happens.
Yeah, I agree. Thing is, ES took out its equivalent of that level, yesterday's high, and it's showing no signs of slowing down. So that's why I'm starting to wonder if we crack that level. Yeah, we'll see. I'm open-minded. I'm not going to try and talk myself into anything. I'm open-minded.
I think it's always questionable, too, like if you look at the 15-minute chart, when it's like we start getting these like wick on the high of those 15-minute candles.
Yeah.
Because, like if you really look at like a good, trending market, 15-minute chart, it'll just be, nice green bars. But now it's like we're up here at this high and we're hitting, wick. Even right now, like, yeah, we are pushing up, but it's like it's already like we're getting those wicks.
Yeah. It's not something. This chart is not screaming at me.
We're pushing into resistance more than we're pushing into like buyers, basically.
This chart is not screaming at me that like, yo, you got to get long right now.
Yeah.
Like this is it. We'll see if that shakes out and changes. But as of now, I'm.
You have any rules with like candle closures or kind of looking for like a certain time frame to close before taking a trade? Some people have that.
No, I have rules with candle closures about like really more when we break above previous candles. That's really where my rules come into play.
You want to see it close above?
I want to see it close above previous bars high, and once we break previous bars, like theoretically candles are quote unquote supposed to do something. I want to see them do what they are supposed to do. Like if this 1 minute bar breaks above the previous candle's high, in theory, we should keep going higher based off of that piece of information alone.
Yeah.
So I would want to see us continue to go higher if we break over the previous bar's high. I'm not going to trade it, but that would be, kind
of the bull flag mentality.
Yeah. And then really,
like where do you enter bull flag? You enter for that kind of previous bar high to break.
Previous bar high to break. What the book that really made a difference for me on reading candle analysis is called Reading Price Charts Bar by Bar by Al Brooks.
Okay.
I guarantee you could find a free PDF online for those of you out there. Just Google Bar by Bar PDF. Great book. Great book.
I would see that and think it was like a bar, for New York City. Like,
New York scene or
bar
something
to bar,
like
baby.
that. Yeah.
We got bar to bar up in here. So now we're just stuck here at the highs.
Yep, no rush.
It's that tricky spot where the Nasdaq, like, it could squeeze to the 400s. It could just drop straight down. $1 million question. Obviously, you're not long right now, but like if you were long, would you have your target set at that 360 area? Or would you just be like, let me see what happens?
I would be like, let me see what happens. I would be like, yeah.
Let's say let's just like scenario. If you were long from the hundreds here, and you're like, all right, I like 360s to get tested, but then would you like, are you trailing? Are you like taking partials till the 360, or you're up 260 points?
I'm up 260 points. At that point, I would say 260 points is enough for me, truthfully. I would be out once the target hit. I originally was like, I'd hold it to see if we go higher. No, I would be out. On this one, I'd be out once the target hit because 260 points is more than enough.
More than enough to pay the rent in New York.
More than enough to pay the rent. Well, it's on the border. But it also depends on stop size too. But on this particular trade, let's see. The entry that would have been presented would have been this 2 minute bar, which I was thinking about. That 2 minute bar was about an 80-point stop. We're up about two. Yeah, I'd be all out around the 360s just based on our multiple and stuff. Let's see. This thing is every single dip is being aggressively bought. I mean, we'll see if we roll over or not, but only thing is ES kind of looks. Oh, no, that's the YM. Oh, geez, like you said, YM always looks a little different. YM looks like it might be ready to roll over a little bit. NQ and ES look stronger. Yeah, man. I wish there was something to. ES now kind of looks. ES is not giving me the best vibes though. ES looks like it kind of wants to roll over a little bit.
I mean, even the Nasdaq looking like it wants to roll over.
Yeah, it's like the 5 minutes tried to go higher, but they've since failed. So what's this ES stop? What is?
I mean, again, even on the 5-minute chart, you can see it's like wick. The last two 5-minute candles, we basically wicked those highs from earlier, which is funny because we had like, pretty kind of bullish 5-minute candles, those wicks on the bottom, pushing up there through the 300s, and now it's like you can see the tug of war.
Now we're starting to consolidate to the point where I'm like questioning. I'm like, is this bullish consolidation or have we failed?
I think we lose that like 290 area. We gotta like probably pull back 200.
Yeah.
Kind of retest that previous breakout. That would be right there, like 18,200, the high.
Let's see if you could convince me into a short under this bar's low on the ES. I'm going to be patient with it because, again, I took my swing earlier today, and that was kind of my, I don't want to call it my impatient swing, but...
Little, it happens.
It was my first trade of the... Yeah, and I would honestly, gun in my head, I'd take that trade 100 out of 100 times again, but...
No, I think you had the right idea.
But because I did that, and it didn't go in my favor, I just have to be a little bit... not have to, I don't have any firm rules on it, but I'd like to be a little bit cautious on my on follow-up ones, and we're still above the opening print. That's
because now it's like you got to be, you want to obviously be aware that you're a little in drawdown for the day. So it's like, I feel like whenever I'm, whenever I'm like if I'm on a heater, that's when I'm like, okay. Then I start thinking like, all right, if I'm up 3,000 on the day, now I got $8,000 in drawdown.
That's the dangerous mindset, I think. Yeah.
But it's dangerous, but it's also like. I will start to like size up a little bit more when I know that I'm like, I'd rather start out the day small.
Yes.
And be like, all right, hey, like the last two trades, like market's good, right? Market's good. Like it's hitting.
I will also say, I take back my initial reaction of, God, I'm so tempted to take a short. Oh man.
280 break? Is that what you're?
Yeah. I honestly think the ES, just because.
Yeah.
It's just a little softer. God, what's the stop right here? It's essentially 20 points. Let's see.
Might just go for a spin on the simulator over there real quick.
That's not a bad idea.
Go drive in the simulator. See you later, Mark.
What was I going to say a second ago? What was I talking about? There was something. I had a good thing to say, but it'll come back to me. Because I don't know. ES and NQ continuing to hold the range, man. All right, I'm happy with the patience here. I'll wait for a proper trigger.
And well, back up there. Above
I'm happy with the patience. I'm happy with the patience.
You had your finger on the trigger.
Brother, let me tell you.
This guy was ready to go short. I can see it in his
brother,
eyes.
Let me tell you.
The blood in his eyes was
I
coming
was
out.
thinking about it, but NQ to go get those 60s, I think makes a good amount of sense.
Well, especially now, if we like those highs, all those little.
Well, yeah, we had the opportunity a minute ago.
There's going to be a bunch of shorts who did what you did, shorted. Well, not what you did, but think what you did. Take the short at the 280s, put their stops above the high of day. That's the way I like to think about it. I'm like, this is the perfect spot for these shorts to get squeezed. And where we go. We just took out the high of day there, and then now it's like, okay, now do we pull back?
All right, let's see the 380s.
Did we just do it? Are you kidding me? They just did it. Playing those games again. Took out those stops above the 350s. Took out the long, took the breakout stops as well. They got it from every fucking angle today, boys.
Good Lord.
They said everyone's fucked.
I said, not up to you today, motherfucker.
Yeah, everyone's done. Longs and shorts here at the highs. I mean, that's, I think the more that you, like, if you talk to, like, really experienced long-term traders, they really, like, they talk about the human, like, mental aspect more than anything. You know, they talk more about, like, Also, the idea of like kind of playing into the herd mentality, knowing like, hey, like I'm not gonna put my stop at the high of day because everybody's gonna put their fucking stop at the high of day.
That's where the target is in reality, you know, not the stop. Yeah, I think the longer you do this too, the more you become like, you realize how much of the human aspect there is in trading. Like it's so much of the decision making that you're making, the thought processes of all that. So that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm staring at this chart still, because okay, it's part of what you just said. Don't put your stop above the high day. Everyone's going to have their stop there. I think everyone and their mother is looking for NQ to get that 360s, that previous day high.
Yeah.
Might be not a bad spot to not get it, you know? I don't know. Now I'm trying to talk myself into the short yet again.
Well, the 57's basically printed there. And look what it did. We just dumped right back down there now. You got to love when the market does exactly kind of like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
we didn't.
do I take it? Do I not take it? Just an amazing amount of chop here. I think through the 280s, we got it's downtown real quick.
Yeah, and I think it's the nice part is that the real move doesn't happen in NQ. If we're looking at shorts, the bigger move comes under 150. So I'm like, let's work our way back down there. Yeah. Oh, ES short. I am. Whew. Let's see.
This market is wild.
Yeah, bro.
It's wild.
She vicious.
But hey, I mean, it's fucking hilarious because look, I mean, if that wasn't the trap, I don't know what was.
No, this feels. I think the.
But I mean, it was just hilarious. I think it's funny because, like we said, like you even said, it's almost like it suckered in all those longs looking for that 360 break, and then it's just we took out the stops from all those shorts who shorted for this first little pullback there.
Put the, like you said, right over the high of day.
Right over that. We made a new high and then just got denied.
Yep.
And it's also, it's simple, right? Where do buyers want to buy and where do sellers want to sell?
Yeah.
Right? If you're a short, do you want to short on the pullback or do you want to short on that fucking breakout?
Yep. Let's see. I think that this is a recipe for lower on the ES.
I mean, you had the right idea. Right there at the 280s earlier. The market just decided it was going to go up 100 points real quick and then come right back down.
Yeah. I want to see how this bar closes. But I'm thinking ES has a level at 5217. That's 50, 60 points away. 60 points away. Do we get there? I don't know. We'll see.
This is scary too, though, now, because now it's like we just bounced right off that little like 250 again.
Yeah, the trend is still up, you know. So like, as much as I'm interested in it, I am fighting an uptrend, and I'm aware of that. So I'm that's got to play a role in your decision making and entry process and all.
And there's like that 15-minute chart we talked about, that huge wick on the top of that 15-minute candle. But this could also kind of play out as a big kind of bull flag pullback here.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, this is still uptrend, right?
Yeah.
So like, you don't want to fight. For me, the best shorts come in favor of the opening print, or best trades come in favor of the opening, like we talked about earlier. So in theory, for me, the best shorts would come at least under 5271 on the ES, on the Nasdaq under 150s. Do we get there? I don't know.
I would die laughing if now they just ripped us higher.
Yeah.
So they stop out the shorts to the upside and then stop out the longs. I mean, that's like the perfect fucking setup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you know it's like everyone's going to be chasing.
Oh, yeah.
The shorts are now trying to get in here again.
Yep.
And then they're going to get stopped again. And then the bulls are going to step in. It's just like,
oh, my God.
If you get trapped, if there's two traps, who's really winning, you know? The
No,
market
yeah.
makers. That's also the big thing people forget about with futures is like, you know, there's big players in this game.
Dude, we're such
like,
small fish.
If you're moving 5 contracts in and out, they don't even know you exist.
Well, what's funny too is that these contracts we trade are called minis for a reason.
Yeah.
These are minis. So like, there are larger like full size lots are significantly bigger. Like,
well, back in the day when they had the full size Nasdaq, no one really trades them anymore. Back in the day, it was like I think
it's just people who are actually in the pit.
$2,000 per dollar move, wasn't it? I think 2,000.
Something like that.
Yeah, $10,000. It was 10x larger.
It's 10x larger than what it currently is.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that like floor traders in Chicago still trade those size. I don't know.
I don't think there's any volume on them anymore because now
That would
everyone
make sense,
trades
yeah.
the minis. Because even if you're a floor guy, it's like
that amount of
you need the
leverage
volume,
is crazy.
you know?
Yeah.
that's like the one famous like gambler floor trader back in the day. He's like in a couple documentaries, and he's like, when you're hot, you just gotta keep putting it on. And he talked about one trade. He was like, the market was crashing. He just starts buying. At one point, he was down like 20 million. On the trade, like unrealized.
God, yeah.
And then like once he started buying, the market just starts ripping back up.
Higher, yeah.
Because that was also, back in the day, if a big player stepped in, everybody knew.
The one order moved the market.
We get a phone call, hey, Jake wants 1,000 contracts. 1,000, and then it's a buying spree because now everyone knows the big player.
Yep.
And it was funny because I talked to a floor broker recently about it, and they said that what's funny is the actual locals and all the guys that were moving the market, the best traders were not on the top step.
Right.
The guys on the top step were like institutional traders. They were the big banks, the big firms, and everyone was looking for them and being like, hey, the guy on the top of the step is signaling for 1,000 contracts trying to get long here, so I'm going to start buying.
Yeah. It's crazy, bro.
It's a lot of floor traders who just never could learn how to trade on the charts.
Just a dramatically different time. I think that like it's just hilarious how different. It's night and day. Like, we're in an era now where it's truly night and day relative to what we used to have in the markets. Yeah.
I went to the New York Stock Exchange a couple years ago, and it was, obviously now it's a skeleton of what it used to be, but it's pretty cool. You just walk around
it
there.
Is cool, yeah.
They still have the options side of the New York Stock Exchange. You can walk through there, and they're actually doing some open outcry still in there for options, like big, if someone wants to buy fucking 10,000 call options or something, it comes through, and it kind of gets filled in there. But it was funny because I was like asking different floor brokers about whatever they're trading and stuff. And one of the traders for Catone Company, big clearing firm, I was looking at his iPad, and he's like, yeah, I got to buy 100,000 shares of this stock. And I was like, well, what's your strategy? He goes, I use an algorithm. Every time the stock gets close to the VWAP, it buys like 10,000. Because they don't want to just go put a market order for 100,000 shares and move the stock because, their client is like, hey, I want to buy this average price. Like most, big banks are like, I want to buy an average price.
Average price of this. Yeah.
I don't just want to go buy 10,000 shares instantly.
Not at market. Yeah.
Give me the best average fill that I can get. And that's why the VWAP is the volume weighted average price. It kind of makes sense.
I honestly didn't know that.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I knew the VWAP was volume,
because
but I didn't know.
Let's say you're trying to sell.
Yeah.
Right? Let's try to say you're getting out. You also don't want to just like tank the market.
No.
You got 100,000 shares to sell, and there's not a lot of volume.
You're trying to get filled at specific spots.
I'm going to try to sell at the VWAP because I know people are trying to buy there.
Yep. All right, let's see.
Kevin said, "Good morning. Jesus loves you, and he's coming soon to take his people."
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that heads up because I was,
He's coming for us.
Yeah, I appreciate that heads up.
To the BDH. This will be his first stop. Patrick, I'm coming to the BDH. Oh man. We got Market Clubhouse in the chat. Rips.
Oh,
Rips says that
Rips.
he's going to be the fastest person to trade and drive on the simulator.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I guarantee you'll beat me at the driving. That part I have no doubt that Rips will smack me in two. Let's see. I am interested in the...
Shortsies?
Yeah, man. I think there's a 2-minute setup on the NQ that's
you can see the EMA is starting to roll over right here.
There's a 2-minute...
It's not acting as support.
2-minute setup on the Nasdaq that theoretically is offering a stop of about 40 points, which is just...
What was that, 320?
Stop? Stop would be over the 318. Yeah. And you're probably not going to find an entry with a stop that small. So that's the way I like to look at it. If I'm wrong, how much am I going to lose? That's always my first priority. If I'm wrong, how much am I going to lose? How much am I going to lose? That being said, it's a 1 minute.
Do you ever think about if you're right, how much you're going to make?
I try not to, but yes.
Because That'll get you.
That gets in your head.
You know, it's
yeah.
always those fucking trades where you're like, man, this thing's got to be a 10,000 fucking. I'm gonna make so much money on this trade, and then it never.
And then no, it doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
That was like Monday when I thought the market was gonna be a huge sell-off, and I was like, I'm gonna go trade at 3 o'clock in the morning. It'll be so fun. The market's gonna be dump, and then it went sideways.
And then nothing, and you're like, wait,
I hate
what?
my life.
Like, how does this work? No, I'm again though. I'm trying to talk myself into something that I know I don't really want to do. My favorite.
Holy shit. The Nasdaq's up 4% right now. I didn't even notice that.
Oh my God, we're probably in the range of what's it called for prop firms?
Yeah, we're getting to that point, honestly.
Good Lord.
That's what's so insane. If you look at the chart right now, you would never think that the market is up 4%.
No, my God, no.
Like these candles, like we're becoming like, just used to 100-point candles.
Yeah, and the other thing that I would say too is that. The other thing that I was going to say is just that a lot of people have talked about, in prop firms, you should, like, it's annoying that they won't let you trade, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, regular brokers are doing this too. Just to be clear, like, regular brokers are raising margins.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
If I went to trade my TradeStation account the other day.
One contract?
One contract was $29,000.
Yeah.
And I'm like.
Can't even trade it.
No, yeah. And I'm just like, okay, well, like, so people can, if you're annoyed with the prop firms, my only response would be, go load money into a personal account and let the Trade8 has been lowering it at certain times, but
yeah, they'll be active. But I mean, even yesterday, like when that 1,000-point move happened, like what are you gonna do if you're short?
No, my God, you're wrecked, bro. And like you can't. No order is gonna get you out in time.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it was. I think yesterday was probably the most insane move. We were at one point we were up almost 5%, green on the day. And then back to negative 2% on the day within 5 minutes. 5 minutes,
bro.
Like that's crazy money.
It's not normal. No, it's not normal.
The funniest is they got all these like new traders who are starting out in the prop firm space, and they're like, "Man, this market's crazy." I'm like, "You should have seen it a couple of you like
literally
5-6 years ago." It was so funny because the Nasdaq, you get like, I don't know, 20 points. Like a 20-point breakout on the Nasdaq was like a good day.
A good day.
If you had a bull flag and you could get 20 points on a move, you're like, dude, I crushed it.
You're like, I'm the man.
Yeah, I remember like trading the ES and getting like 2 or 3 points on the ES and being like,
it was literally 2 points. It was like a 3-point move.
I remember watching a video on YouTube where this guy would literally buy breakouts on the ES and just like put his target for like a $200 profit.
Yeah.
And that was like, and it would go, it'd break through and then it'd be like 5 minutes later, he'd be up 100, then it was like $200.
I remember back when I was trading in those original times, it was I was so worried about ticks, not points. Because you don't think about points because you're like, it's not going to get double-digit points. It's only going to get double-digit ticks. So I think about it in ticks.
You're not a tick trader, are you?
No.
Thank God.
No.
That's what is up with these fucking people? Oh, I got 7,000 ticks today. Like, we don't care.
I don't know what that means.
Tell me the points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't care what the ticks are.
Because it just seems like you're getting more, right?
You're trying to.
Like, I got 100.
You're essentially
ticks.
trying to exaggerate the value of your trade, and you're like, I got 4,000 ticks. It's like, okay, well, how much did you make? Like,
I got 100 ticks on that trade.
I'm like, can you just tell me how much you made? I'm not asking for a lot.
Also, my favorite thing is the influencers that claim to be very, very profitable, good traders, but then they're trading like 1 or 2 contracts, whenever they're live.
Yeah.
Like behind closed doors, they're traded big size, but when everybody's watching, it's like, oh, I only like to trade micros. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's you got to be willing to show. One of my favorite lines in trading is keep that same energy. Whatever energy you keep, you have to keep it the same. So if you're somebody who if you hold through news, when a news event is coming up, you got to keep that same energy. You got to hold through news. You can't blame the news. You can't be that. It's the same thing. If you're gonna claim that you're the best in that, then
I feel like you're just not very confident.
Yeah, exactly.
In your trading. If you're, I only trade micros when I'm, doing it. It's like, well.
Also, micro fees add up real quick. If you're trading micros on a regular basis, like if you're constantly trading 1 micro or 10 micros versus 1 mini, the fees will get you.
Again, I'm not hating on the micro traders. I'm just saying,
definitely
if you're going to
be,
claiming to be this amazing, profitable, guru of trading, you better be putting on some size.
Yeah, you better be willing to. Though I will say about the 1 to 2 contract life, you can do damage with 2 NQ contracts.
Oh yeah,
I think
that's the great thing about the copy trading.
Yeah, that or even not the My Fund and Futures live account I had. I never copy traded that thing. I traded 1 to 2 contracts.
You don't. So who do you have? Top Step and then
I'm live with Top Step. I'm live with My Funded. I'm not live with Tradeify yet. Working towards that. But I'm live with Top Step. I'm live with My Funded, and my Funded bulk of my trades, 1 to 3 contracts. And we were even talking about the other day, if you look at my math.
There's that dump you wanted.
Yeah.
What would be the reason that you didn't like that for a short? Since you've been looking at these, you've been thinking short for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Tell us your thought process. I think that'll help people more than anything.
Yeah, I think I just missed it, to be totally honest. I wanted
You were
it.
distracted by my beautiful eyes.
No, that had nothing to do with you, honestly. That was me. Because I even when you were talking before, I was like, I'm fucking focused. I just chose not to take it, but I'm not gonna lie. I rarely do this. Normally, if I miss my entry, I'm like, all right, I'm not taking it. If this comes back to the point where I would have entered, which for me is now ES 5280, I'll take it, and I'll just use the original same stop that I would have.
You go short ES.
I'll go short ES. If we can get back up to 5280, I would like this 5-minute bar to close a little bit weaker first. So but I'm stalking it right now.
Right.
We have room down in the NQ to.
Sorry, one more time. I just want to put that on the chart. What was your? You want to basically get it back up to 280?
Yeah, basically the way the entry. If I was to have taken the entry that I quote unquote wanted, like follow my system, all that, I would have gotten short as soon as we broke under that 5280.
Yep.
So now that we've closed weak and all that, if we get back up, usually I don't do this, but if we get back up there and just happen to retest it,
that would be like the perfect spot for kind of
exactly.
bear flag
I doubt we get that retest. But
now it's just gonna dump straight down.
Exactly. Yeah. You know how it
goes.
You know how
if you don't take a trade, it's gotta go fucking 500 points.
It's gotta go.
It's even wilder. People don't even understand. Like seeing the ES like candles moving 10 points is insane.
Yeah, 10-point bars is really wild. Here's the trying to snap back.
Right back up. We just kind of.
It's kind of doing that thing that I wanted. I said I wanted it to do. I kind of, like I said, I got to keep that same energy, right? That's the whole vibe of the day.
Can't come to the BDH and not be big.
And not be big.
Rather blow up before and then show up.
No, and the other thing too, I really don't care about losing as much as that sounds like. What? You don't care about losing? Again, it's just math for me. Over enough course of time, I'm gonna be all right, So
I mean, the one thing that I always try to remind myself is like, hey, I've gotten payouts. I've had plenty of amazing profit days, so. You're gonna have some red here and there. It's part of it. You're gonna have drawdown. You're gonna have the critiques.
Well, the other thing that you said too that I kind of forgot about earlier, but was a good thing. You said if I'm up a certain amount on the day, sometimes I'll be like, willing to risk more XXX of that. Yeah. That initially is a scary thought in my opinion, but as you trade more and more and more. You almost start to do that, but like not on the day, but on like the month. Like for me, I do that like, I'm up.
Days of the week.
Yeah, like I'm up. Oh my God, I'm up 20K this month. You know what? I'm good to risk 10K today. Yeah. And if I lose, really the biggest thing is you just got to be okay with when it doesn't work in your favor, right?
I'm less. I know that I trade the smallest and least on Friday.
Okay. Yeah.
Where like Monday I might go hard.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather blow up an account on Monday or have a red day on a Monday than a red day on a Friday.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then I gotta spend all weekend thinking about it.
All weekend thinking about it. There's nothing more brutal.
What an idiot. Why did I do that? Why,
I do not hesitate to skip away on Fridays if I'm not if I'm not feeling it. All right, we've retested that little thing I wanted. Let's see.
The only problem for me right now with this short is we're sitting right there at the 5-minute EMA.
Are we? Okay, yeah.
And it's also like, this could be just kind of a big...
This could be a big bull flag. We're still in an up... So
it's like if I'm shorting right here, I'm literally shorting the bottom of this fucking bull flag.
Yeah.
Retesting the orb. It's always love when the chat will call someone out. Look, we're doing something. Like, oh yeah, we're doing it.
So I think for me now, what I would be looking for an entry on the Nasdaq is I'm gonna look for some sort of drift. And it sounds counterintuitive because I kind of have to give up points in order to get this. But if we get under 150 and give a little retest of it, that to me is a pretty high quality short because we will have tried to go higher multiple times on the day and then be back under the opening print. And so that would give me some security in shorting if we're back under 150. So now that I didn't take the one that just presented itself like 10 minutes ago, which is crazy. That's already up 15 points on the ES.
I mean, and also for me, I'm like the big kind of 15-minute opening range idea. Like I've seen so many times where that 15-minute opening range will be support all day.
All day.
Even the middle. You know, like that middle, I've seen it. It'll get down to that middle and then bounce.
Yep.
And that's where people are like, oh, like we're breaking the opening range. They get short, and that's exactly where they get blown up at.
Yep.
And you get some of the, you get like those big moves off the middle of that sometimes. What the fuck?
You might not get much of what we wanted here.
Well, now the question is like, are we chasing the short? Are we chasing it now?
You know, gun to my head, I'm fucking thinking about it. No, I'm going to wait till the opening print. So 150s is the opening print. Like you said, we're at the opening range breakout high. If we hold that, we'll get a nice signal bar, right? So if we hold that, we'll put in some sort of nice bullish candle, and we won't really have to do much thinking or work, right? If we fail here, we really should come back to that opening print, and that'll kind of give me a clearer insight.
I also like to think about, like we said, it's like, does it make more sense for the Nasdaq to bounce right here or to go through this level?
Yeah.
I think it makes more sense to bounce.
Yep.
You know, because bull flags, I mean, even though it's market's pulling back, it's like, look at the bigger picture, 15-minute chart, kind of just bull flag in here. But the problem, too, is like we made that huge move up this morning at 7:30. So we went from 17,800 up to 18,000, you know, bull flag into open, and then kept going higher. So we've had one big bull flag. Kind of, is this a second bull flag forming there on the 15-minute chart? $1 million question.
$1 million question, brother. I cannot shake this feeling right now of
You got the bear?
of the bear in me, which I don't like, bro. I'm a bull. Like I trade upside way better. Market people always talk about that too. They're like, I prefer when the market goes down and moves faster. I'm like, yeah, but it's just so much easier when it goes up. Like
Famous last words. Bro. Like,
yeah.
I love when it goes down.
I'm like, but it literally goes. That's the other thing too. People are like, I prefer when it goes down. I prefer when it goes down. I'm like, okay, the market goes up like 80% of the time. So like, are you just not cool with it that 80%? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, it's just if I'm gonna be shorting and looking for shorts, like I want to like really see that the trend has changed.
Correct. Yeah.
You know, and really kind of
the nitty gritty of it. Yeah.
And also, I've it's hard right now because the fucking VWAP is so far away from the price action, but I kind of adopted a theory too of not shorting above VWAP.
Okay. Yeah, that's
right.
fair.
It kind of like keeps me out of like, because I could.
We're significantly above it right now.
Yeah, we're so far above it, which
yeah.
you know we could get a massive pullback to the VWAP, but I just know that like in general, price above the VWAP tends to either bounce or range or.
You just don't want to get yourself in the headache of shorting.
Yeah, I don't want to
it.
get into a short and be like, fuck, why am I short right here when we're right there at the VWAP?
Yep. That's kind of the same way that I look at the opening print. That for me, which is 152s on the day here, my best longs, that's what I was saying earlier, my best longs will always come above the opening print. My best shorts will always come below. And when I chalk myself into doing something that doesn't fall under that is usually when I get in trouble.
The fucked up part is like if the market was not on crack right now, this would be like a long for me all day.
Yeah.
You know, in a normal market. Because I'd be like, okay, we're retesting that 15-minute opening range breakout. We've seen so many times where this turns into support. But you get long at 200 and it drops to 130. And then I'm fucked.
And then you're fucked over, and then that drop is like doesn't even change anything with bigger picture. It's just a.
I'd be better off just waiting for the actual setup here than anything. I think that's, if you also, like, if you really go back and you look at your losses, I'm sure you'll agree, it's always those trades where you get in early because you're, like, anticipating.
Yeah. Oh my
like,
God,
oh, the market's it's going to make a new low, so let me just get short right here. And then all of a sudden it rips back up 100 points, and you're like, fuck.
And that was the entry you really wanted. You're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll see how this shapes up.
We're kind of just holding right there at the top of that range.
We are holding, but we have the structure in place.
Chart pulled up. I'm going to go back.
Yeah. Looking still for this at this 152 area, which is the opening print. That's the dream. Which one is it? This one? There we go. That's the dream, is to watch for reactions around there. Again, where I really wanted the short, and I'm kind of kicking myself. Let's see. What I really wanted was under that bar's low right there. That, to me, is what we're going to call a potential lower high. And with that potential lower high, right, under that low with a stop above that high, that gives me a with trend trade. And I like to trade with the trend. So, not going to lie, this was this is quite a miss for me. So far, up about 30 ES points. And I think that we should probably make our way down. Oh, I have the wrong chart pulled up.
No, I already forgot about it. I'll never forget about that, Lord. I was hoping I was going to come back and the market was going to have ripped up 100 points.
Yeah, no. you and me both, dog. Well, actually, no. I still want the short, so I want us under that 150s, but
on Nasdaq.
Nasdaq under 150s will give us an entry, I believe. Yeah.
All right. If you haven't already hit that like button, subscribe button, help us out. Blow up that like button. It's free to like, free to subscribe.
Whoop, whoop.
We are just kind of watching here on the Nasdaq live at the BDH. Got the new simulator over there. Look at that. I can't even see it. It's huge. I honestly just, I haven't even driven it yet. Well, I have a few times, but I want to get back on it. I think the goal is to basically set up the simulator so that way if you come to the BDH, you got to do a couple laps and see if you can beat the record. Which day trader on YouTube will be the fastest? We're going to find out. Ooh, buddy. Right now, just looking here at the Nasdaq, pulling back into the middle of the 15-minute range. It just continues to bleed out here. ES is dumping as well. Ugh. Tricky, man. I love how the market, like, once we get to a point where we're like, questioning the idea of taking a trade, then it starts just kind of slowly drifting down. Got that VWAP down there. I mean, we get a bounce off the VWAP could be pretty sexy, maybe. Maybe. It's happening, Rake.
Oh, is it?
It's happening.
Oh.
Down there to the 150s now. 140.
Oh, cries. Well, that's okay. Now, the nice part is that if we're under 150s, honestly, our life gets a lot easier. And I'm not trying to say that just to make myself feel better, although maybe I am. But if we hover under this 150s, now all potential lower highs that come, I'm open-minded to shorting, as long as we're under the 150s. So if we get a little lower, little rally, and a potential lower high, I'm down, you know? So life, am I annoyed that I didn't capture that ES move that I wanted? For sure. But now my life is a little bit easier. So let's see if we can get a little rally back, and then ideally a potential lower high.
Right down there, currently moving down. Right to the middle of that 15-minute range now.
ES is already headed towards the low of the day.
ES is really taking it right now. Taking it lower. Some discrepancy between the Nasdaq and the ES here.
I think the Nasdaq is going to work itself down If we hold below 150, I believe the Nasdaq will work itself down into 17,940s, the same one that we were talking about this morning. If the ES, wait, hold on, where's the ES opening print? ES is already under the open as well. Wow. Oh. ES is, yeah, ES would have to rally a long way back up to convince me it's not there. But I think ES is coming down into 5217s. That would be the area I'm looking. I mean, how freaky does this get today, though?
She's just a dumper.
Yeah.
Down there into that middle, that 15-minute range now for the Nasdaq. ES is just really going, huh? To the downside here.
Yeah. Kicking myself a little bit, but that's all right.
If you were short, where would you be looking for target?
5217 on the ES?
On the on the Nasdaq.
Oh, Nasdaq. Sorry. Hold under 150. This is the spot, right? If we hold here and we get back above 150, and I don't just mean like temporarily, but like if we really get back above 150, then the Nasdaq can hold here. If we don't, as long as we hold under 150, my guess would be that we're heading down towards that 940 area we were talking about this morning, which is 200 points away. So, we'll see.
It's kind of holding in the middle of that 15-minute range. The ES getting a little bit of buyers stepping up there for now, but wild markets.
One of the things I was mentioning is, well, now that if we get under 150, if we can retest and give a potential lower high, this is a good setup. If we hold this 50s, again, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but
Right there in the middle of the 50-minute range. Will the bulls buy?
Will the bulls buy? All right, so what I would like to see, if we can offer me some sort of inverted hammer or some sort of what I call a signal bar. So I want a candle that's going to give me an entry and my stop loss. So we'll see if that sets up.
I mean, what would be great is to tap into that 200 again. Make that lower high there.
Yeah, that would work too. Yeah.
Right into that EMA there.
Let's see. No, I'm like, I just want to make sure I don't get myself caught. What I don't want.
Don't want to get caught.
Now NQs, like you said, if NQ holds this 50s area, it's not just the opening print, it's the middle of the orb area. It's
yeah, I mean, we bounced there earlier as well.
Got a reason to try, but I'm gonna stick with my idea for now. There's the potential lower high setting up. Will it hold?
He's laser focused right now, chat. He's laser focused.
I'm fucking thinking about it. But I want to see.
Nice little kind of getting denied there on the 1 minute chart, right at the that EMA there at the 70s.
I'm trying to pull up a 2 minute.
I just don't like how that ES is kind of ripping back up.
Is it? I haven't even. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of
enough.
It looked like a trap. Like they sell that candle like on the ES. That's what your
well, the ES
5 minute chart. It kind of dipped below all that and then right back up.
It took out the low of the day and then rallied, which is not what you want to see.
Not if you're looking for shorts.
Yeah.
You want to see it just kind of bleeding out there.
But I'm looking for a 2 minute bar to break. What I want is on the 2 minute chart for a candle to break underneath the previous candle's low. If we do that, I think I have enough insight to consider something.
Be like 145.
Yeah. Because that would give us a potential lower high. Again, does it play out? I don't know, but
I mean, if we lose, it kind of looking like a head and shoulders type setup right now. If we kind of get denied there at the 200s.
Oh yeah, I see that too. Yeah,
and then kind of we bring it on down. The great thing is, I mean, risk to reward here, getting short into the 200s or one below that 140s, you've got 18,000. 7,950 that you talked about earlier. You talked about
yeah,
earlier.
Exactly. No, it's 200 points. So and it's a 40-point stop. I just don't like the 5 minute candle close. That's the only thing. I don't love that 5 minute candle close. Let's see. But it's valid 2 minute trigger. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's about to. That would be essentially would be short under 40, stop over 80s.
Short under 40, stop over 80s, essentially.
That's what I'm looking at.
Essentially.
That's what I'm looking at, my friends.
Flew all the way from New York City to tell us that. So essentially what could happen is if we get in here, we go there.
All right. We're getting near under 40s. I just don't like that 5 minute candle close. We haven't triggered yet. We haven't broke under the previous candle's low. So if we don't trigger it, that'll save me a little bit of a headache, but I would also want it to trigger so I can get in. But if it's not going to work, I don't want it to trigger.
I don't know. I mean, fuck.
All right, it's triggered.
We're in short?
I'm in short. You know, win, lose, or draw.
Stops at the 80s.
Stops above. I'm going to have it above 85. Above 85.
All right. I'm putting mine at 86. That way when you get stopped out at 85, I'm still good. All right, we are short, chat. We are short from the 40s.
And when you're watching this on the replay, if you go back 10 minutes ago to what I said I was looking for, again, you got to keep that same energy. If I said that I'm looking for a retest of the opening print and then I'm trying to go short, you literally have to keep that same energy. So we got that. I feel obligated
we're up 20
to try.
points so far. Not taking profit early. Where are we looking target?
740, 940s.
Take me home, Daddy.
940s. Here's what you do. Best trading strategy in the world to hold a winner. You put your hands like this and you go, oh.
I can't touch.
I can't touch.
I can't touch.
Not up to me.
I can't touch.
It's truly not up to me. The gods are, it's not up to me.
All right.
All right, let's see.
I'll just tell my accountant if I lose that this guy came from New York City and told me what to do. I mean, I like it. It makes sense. And now we just got to get through the middle of that 15-minute range there.
Yeah, I just don't like that we just popped under the previous candle's low and are now rallying. So I want us to continue going lower. Is
there anything that would happen during this trade that would make you get out automatically or no? Either way, you're hitting that stop.
No, I'm letting it hit the stop, I think. Yeah.
So you're not like sitting there watching every little minute candle and be like, oh, God, I got to get out. This candle's got a wick on the bottom.
I try not to watch every minute of every candle, but I end up doing that. But I try.
Especially when you're in a trade. You're like,
when you're in a trade, but I do my best not to let that move me out of a position, which it's hard to do. I mean, 3 or 4 times since this trade happened, I've already thought, well, are we failing? Will we failing? So that's kind of we have to ask this. The way that I make it worth it in my head.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Let's go.
Oh. You trading minis or micros?
Minis.
How many?
2.
I got 5.
Woo!
5 for the 40s, baby. 5 for the 40s. 5 for the 40s, baby. We're doing it. Woo!
Give me the drop.
I've never been this excited my whole life.
I would like you on 5 minis to capture 200 points. If we can do that, that would be sweet. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Chad, I'm scared.
If we can do it, All right, but we've got it. The first area now that we need to work our way through is the current low of day, which is around 50s.
200 points, he says. This fucking guy.
I would like him to catch 200 points. Yeah, no, I mean it. Honest to God, I would like
If I
you to...
get 200 points right here, I'll take my clothes off.
All right, well, then I need you to hold for a few minutes because I'm pretty sure
Like,
we're
but
going...
why? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just going to take my clothes off.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to make our way down to that 17,941. I don't know. I take that back. I'm not saying we're pretty sure, but I'm pretty sure. I would like you to hold. Yeah, this is a good start.
I've never had somebody tell me to hold. It's always stop. You know,
No.
get out now. It's always, get out.
No, we hold our winners around here, sir.
All right, well, we're ripping, baby. We're up 5,000 right now.
So that 59s would be the first area where we could expect some sort of bounce. That's the
my
current low
Lord.
day.
So no partials. Just
No
let this ride.
partials. Just let it ride for now.
God, I hate you.
We're gonna watch though. I'm stocking the 1 minute, so we're gonna
Alright.
see.
What do you think, chat? What do you think? I just met this guy off the streets. I have no idea. I love that I'm just basing my whole life now on him.
All right, we're getting a rally back. What I don't want is us to hold that 109. So let's see. Keep watching it. Keep watching it. 2 minute close is not ideal.
I hate reading the chat. Don't read the chat, whatever you do. Just
I haven't
read
looked at it once
Don't
all
do
day.
it. Don't look at it.
Hey, at chat, I do not give a shit what you think. Sorry, that's not true. I love you, and you're awesome people. When it comes to managing my position, I don't care what you think. And that might be wrong of me, you know? That might be wrong of me.
You're a bad influence.
I am. I don't love how that 5 minute bar closed above the
No,
previous one's
I don't.
low.
Don't start talking about how you don't love it.
I'm just
I want you to
narrating.
focus on the fact that you love it.
That's fair. Well, we're up 40 points right now, but remember, the way that I like to look at it, we're up 40, 50, 60, whatever, but we're targeting 200, you know? So I'm trying to keep that in mind, baby. We're targeting the 200.
200 puts us, what, 940s?
940s, baby. We're looking at that
It's a
940s.
$15,000 trade, by the way.
That's the goal.
God.
That's the objective. I just want us to hold under this bar's low. Hold under this bar's
We're short
low.
in the Take Profit Trader live account right now. Currently up 4,000. If we get through that 80 area, we're just riding it down here.
Yeah, underneath previous bar's low,
Yeah,
we
there
look
you can
really
see.
good. We look very good.
Here's my account. So, oh God, we're up 20,000 almost on the day here.
Let's go.
This guy, he's a bad influence. I thought he was supposed to be a good influence. I thought you were gonna come and talk to me about, you know, being consistent. So,
No. Catch your big winners.
I'm live on YouTube. What's up? Which house? Okay, I'll call you in a little bit. We're still live. All right, love you. Bye. You gotta answer because you never know. It might be an emergency.
Yeah,
She's
you
like,
always
hey,
you gotta
I just-
answer.
like,
Yeah.
What are you talking about right now? I'm live. Oh, just wanted to call you. She's probably listening now. She's gonna be mad I said that. Damn it. I don't mean that. I love when she calls me, especially when I'm live on YouTube. It's my favorite. I don't know.
Coming into
Rick,
the
I'm looking at my P&L right now. What do I do?
you don't look at your
Don't
fucking
look at
P&L. That's your first
Not even
mistake.
one partial?
That's literally your
Not
first
one
mistake.
partial?
Not one partial. We just cracked the previous low a day. If you're really feeling it, you can take one off
No,
here.
I'm not. I'm not feeling it.
This is a valid spot for the market to hold. We're up 80 points. I want that 100 mark though.
I mean, that
you know?
20K day would be nice right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
But you know, it'd be even nicer a 30K day. This is crazy right now. This he's a bad influence, chat. Don't be like this guy when you grow up. Take those profits. We're right now at the VWAP here.
No, wait, don't you want to be like this? The fuck? No, this looks all right though. Let's see. Again, the mark now. So again, we're constantly, for me, I'm constantly figuring out, okay, if this trade is working in my favor, what do I want to keep happening in order for me to continue to feel that way, right? The previous low of day from the opening range low, the 15-minute low, is right here at 8059, right? So if I'm somebody who's short, what I don't want is that previous low of day to hold, because then all of a sudden the scenario changes, right? So now I'm not trailing my stop over that, but I'm watching that 80.
I'm up 100 points right now.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. Let's get
I
200.
hate this. There's no fucking way in hell I would ever be holding this still if he wasn't here. I just want to put that out there. So
this is one of the things I mean. This is the way I trade, right? I capture the larger moves. This is what I do. And that's why earlier today, you saw me take a loss where, like, I was up a little bit in the beginning. Yeah. I could have taken it off, could have moved stop to even. The way I rock is what puts me on tilt is when I have an idea and I make no money off it. So what I would rather do is be willing to lose or make motherfucking money off it. So let's see. We got our trail spot now too. Back over 59s, it's not a great vibe for us. So that's where we're not putting a hard stop there, but back over 59s is where mentally we're like, all right, you gotta.
No, it's either make or break, baby. No trails. I'm gonna go drive the simulator for a little bit. See you later. Am I getting nervous? Definitely not getting nervous. It's just, I'm up 100 points right now. I mean, normally in my day-to-day, I would take profit here, but I'm believing.
For the BDH!
We got the BDH, baby. The biggest, the largest. Top Step. Live funded trader here. We got the take profit live funded account. We're up 21,000 currently on the day here. Might have to fly rake back in more often. Once a week.
I'll tell you what, man. The Airbnb I stayed at was nice.
You should have told. I didn't know you were actually coming down beforehand.
I know. I was gonna.
I thought you were gonna like fly in and be in and out.
I was thinking about it. I was gonna hit you up and see if you wanted to do dinner. Truthfully, I wanted to be at the beach all day and like have like.
My house is literally right there at the beach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I live right on the water there. Fuck, I went on the boat or something.
Yeah, I was like, I really want to be on the beach and spend a whole day in the water, and I'll tell you what, I did, and that was amazing.
Someone said I'm gonna burn the BDH down if it goes back up. No, I'm just gonna murder fucking Rake.
Just murder me. Yeah. We just popped over the 59s. Again, this is why I'm not hard trailing over that, but I'm watching that 59s area. I'd prefer that we don't spend significant time above that, because then again, the thought process that comes into the head is, okay, are we failing to go lower, holding that previous low a day? By the way, I didn't notice until just now, ES has already tested the level that we were looking for, that 5217. ES has already tested it. NQ has not yet. So let's see if NQ can work its way there.
Everybody in the chat. I can't even read it. Don't look at it. Everyone's saying close it. Close it.
No.
I can't close it.
It's not allowed to close it. I'll fucking yell at him.
Come all the way down to New York and then not listen to it. That would just be bad for everybody. Let's go drive the simulator for a while. See y'all later.
In a bit.
Probably, honestly, be the best idea.
Oh no, no. When you said that earlier, I was like, oh, that's not a bad idea. You might want to go look away for a second. Yeah. We're setting up nicely. So, would you mind flipping to my chart real quick so I can?
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Anything you want, sir. There's your chart.
Sweet. Nope.
Put in a break-even stop. Oh, at this point, fuck.
I don't think it's my chart up there.
No, it's coming up. It's just lagging.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
Your chart's up.
I'm new to YouTube.
Yeah, there's a slight lag.
Yeah. So this one is the 2 minute, which would be this one right here. So now it starts.
Just try to if you can there you go.
Speak into it. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm silly sometimes. So here's the now reason that I'm considering closing this trade. You asked me earlier, what would make me consider closing this trade? I'm very big on.
Tell me quick, because I'm up 25 grand.
I'm going quick. I'm very big on numbers, right? Very big on math. Sorry, I meant to say math, not numbers. Numbers was just funny. Wow, I'm very big on math. I'm very big on math and R multiple. Now I'm looking at trail spots, right? And so I'm wondering how far away is my target, which it's about 60 points away, versus how far away is where my trail spot would be, which is also about 60 points away. So now at this point in the trade, I'm no longer risking 1 to make 5 like I was earlier. I'm now risking 1 to make 1. So because my target is getting closer and my trail spot is getting farther away, on some level, it's more risky mathematically for me to hold this than it is for me to just close it. So I'm not getting out right away, but I'll tell you what, if I see a bigger green, a green hammer on the 1 minute,
I think I'm going to take a little bit of partial below 18,000. Just going to put that out there.
Do it.
Just a little bit, you know?
Do it.
I'll leave a couple runners going, but it's hard to not lock in
No, and like I
right
said,
there at the 18,000s.
this is
my only like problem here.
Again, like I said, the math is on your side for that, because right now we're risking another 40 points to make another 50. Like, it's not that great of a risk anymore, is my point, right? It was a really good risk up here. Now it's not that great of a risk, right? So I would, if there was any spot to take partials,
I mean,
do it.
From 133 down there to 80, that's 133 points.
I will take one off with you.
I'll take it. All right, we took 2 off just because I wanted to make sure I get it in there. Well, the good thing is, I mean, this now, it's like now I took those off. I could just kind of let this ride.
Exactly.
Do you would you move like a stop to like the 80s or anything like that? Or
Yeah, mentally I have it around the 60s area. It's not firmly there, but mentally that's where I'm kind of keeping it.
If
This is what I was saying just a second ago, though. If we had put in a big 1 minute bar or a big 2 minute hammer, all of a sudden now I'm much more prone to exiting because the risk isn't as good anymore.
Yeah.
I'm only aiming to make a little bit more versus what I'm risking. So yeah, I got my finger on the trigger for an exit here. All right, I am going to not yet. I'm out. So I pulled it. Okay.
You got out?
I'm out. I pulled it just half a click ago. Half a click ago. All right. So again, it's not trying to. It could still work, but mathematically, I got out. I got filled, by the way, just literally right here at 55. So I didn't save some massive profit, but.
Oh, baby Jesus. All right, I'm going to watch this EMA here. See how we react to that EMA there.
Yeah, let's see.
What do we got?
I gave back a
Right there at the VWAP, man. Fucking VWAP. Nasdaq loves that VWAP. Are you look at this? Right back up to the hundreds now.
quick mass move. See, I think it's gonna fail in reverse, but I wasn't confident enough to keep my position on.
Gotta love when that was a 100-point rip back up.
Yeah, that was, which again is part of the reason I was trying that. It's called dynamic R for me. When you, as a trade is working, you want to be calculating what is my current risk to reward, not what was the initial risk to reward. The initial risk to reward here was great. The current down here was not as great. So that's what led me to trim and then tail out a half.
All right, I got 3 left. We're basically at break even on that trade. You got me all motivated now. I mean, I'm happy that we took those partials down there.
Yeah, taking the partials and then going, that's a really good lesson for anybody watching. Dynamic R, right? Again, when you enter a trade, you're going to have a certain potential R multiple that you're trying to make. That number does not stay the same as the trade is working. As the trade works, that number goes against you, and you want to monitor that. ES is rejecting 5217s from underneath right now.
All right, I got my stop right there at the 18,100s. This is right where we basically want to put in a lower high. That's why I look at it. Right there below the EMA now. So we'll see if we get through the 60s again. I think then we can really start to dump back down there again.
This looks good for you.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like it.
2-minute chart just triggered another potential lower high by breaking under the previous bar's
Take
low.
one more little partial down here. See, oh, did I get filled? No. I'm gonna put a little buy stop right there to kind of trail this down. Trail that down. Let's see if I can get even more. All right, we're getting 30s. We're getting more. Give me back to the 20s. I'll take it right there. All right, we got 2 left. Now, I mean, 2 left is a good spot to be at. So now we're just gonna sit there and try to trail this down. I can't let fucking Jake make more money than me when he comes to the BDH. That would just be against the rules.
Nah, never.
I mean, hey, look at that. Would have been the spot to add. Would you have added there? Or?
Yeah. I would have added on the break back under 45. So you see, same on the 1 minute, or excuse me, on the 2 minute chart, would have been the break back under 45, and then put a stop above 97, basically. Yeah, I mean, this is a good looking setup. I think
that's a good looking.
I think you're gonna get that 941s, brother.
Good looking chart.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a big part of me that was like, oh, he's got to hold this full contracts till 941. He's got to hold this.
I mean, this is probably gonna be my biggest day with Take Profit Trader in a long time. So, hey, by the way, chat, I was already up about I think 12,000 on the day. Not all credit can go to
No. And nor am I'm not trying to take it. I'm not trying to take it.
At least he doesn't have a fucking Twitter account. He'll be on Twitter. He could be on Twitter later going, did you guys see I told Patrick to hold that trade forever? I'm going to put another limit right here at the 92s, and then I got 1 left, and then I feel really good about it. And then it's just that it takes away all of that FOMO. Oh, come on.
Don't worry. You're good. You're good. It's going to 941s. Again, though, trying to lead by example here.
There we go. We got 1 left, motherfuckers.
You don't have to be perfect, though. You don't have to. Again, one of the things earlier we talked about trading was one of you asked me what was the biggest thing that people fail at or struggle with, all that, being perfect. I think everybody tries to be perfect. Right now, don't try and be perfect. If you're you don't have to nail.
I'm perfect.
Yeah, well,
I got blue eyes,
you're an exception.
Blonde hair.
You're
I'm the best looking trader on YouTube.
Oh.
That's why I feel bad, you know. I'm like, people always be like, man, you got so many haters. I'm like, yeah, well, I'd hate me too. Not only am I good looking, I'm fucking smart. I'm rich.
You got all
I got everything.
Things, brother.
I'd fucking hate me if I was me. If I was you, I'd hate me too. All right, live account looking pretty good here. I needed one of these days on my Tradeify account.
Yeah, bro. The live accounts, once you get them in a little bit of a drawdown, it's just hard to bounce back. Because especially mentally too, you're like.
Well, it's all, you know, the problem too though is like, it's just hard. It's hard to be happy with like small profits.
That's what I was gonna say. It's a giant.
Like
change.
I make so much money as an affiliate, like it's crazy.
Well, and just. Even when you go from trading on Tradeify 5 straight to funded accounts, you're probably risking multiple $1,000s per trade or $1,000 per trade. With a $25,000 live account, you basically need to have a max loss of like $1,000.
Yeah.
Like that's really the most you can almost lose, right? So it's just a dramatic, going from sim to live is just a dramatically different risk approach. And it's hard for it's hard for anybody to go from risking multiple thousands a day on sim to being able to be like, no, I can only risk 1K.
Well, then it's also the multiplier too.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like mentally, you're like you think differently because you're like, hey, you know, like there's a multiplier. Someone said they like the thought process behind the dynamic R&R. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Are you the author of that?
I wouldn't call myself the author of it, no. But it's really important to me because it's something that's not talked about enough. Our multiple has been like blown up over the past however long in the content trading world. Our multiple has been really focused on, right? Which is like everyone's kind of moved to this. You got to make good R. You got to get a good return on your stop, all that. But they don't talk about how it changes once you enter a trade, right? Like once you enter a trade right here on my charts here, when I took a short entry, right? My stop was about 50 points and my target was 200 away. As that starts to work, that's no longer the case. Like the chart, my stop is still the same. The price hasn't given me any indication to move my stop, but now all of a sudden the target was 40 points away and my stop is all of a sudden 140 points away. So when I went out, I actually was very happy with my exit because at that point, doing the math, it would have been more risky for me to try and hold and capture the last 40 points, right? So again, I think everything in life is math. Everything in life is math. And math led me to exit in that one. And again, one of the things.
Are you good at math?
You don't want to be perfectionist because right now, old Jake, perfectionist Jake, would be forcing himself into a short, which still might work, still probably will work. But I'd be forcing myself into a short, saying, hey, we got another 50 points down till the level I want at 941. I need to catch that last 50 points. And now, Jake, who's not a perfectionist, is like, is that last 50 points really worth the 50-point risk I got to take to get there? I don't know. You know, I don't need to. If I was already in it, I'd hold it. I don't think I need to take a new entry because I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to make money.
Whew. Spoken like a true trader.
That being said, I really hope this drops for you.
Yeah, I never thought about the dynamic. I'm not very good at math. That's the problem.
I'm not very good at math either, too. I'm not gonna lie. I had.
You go to college for math? You're a mathematician?
I went to college for agriculture. I studied plants. Very weird.
No, that I get that vibe. You seem like a plant guy.
Yeah,
you got some nice plants, don't you?
I think I wanted to grow weed. And,
That's what I didn't want to throw you under the bus, but I had a feeling. I know why you were.
I think I wanted to grow weed.
About them plants.
I wanted to grow weed. Then I realized it's really hard to grow good weed.
It is.
It's a lot of work.
It takes a lot of work. You got to know what you're doing.
You got to know what you're doing.
It's not just like, you don't just put them in the ground and say, all right, see you later. I remember being like 16 years old trying to grow weed in the woods. Never worked. It just never worked. You're like, what the fuck? All right, we are still short from the 133, 144s. We pretty much, well, I don't want to say we, but I think we kind of agreed on the idea of this
100%.
short
Yeah.
working out the way that it worked out. We took the short together, and right now, locking in most of the profit. We're up 24,000 on the day currently, if this is going to pay me or not. But I got my stop basically at the hundreds here, and we'll kind of just give it a little bit of room. And I got plenty of time. I hate these little like bounces, you know, like on the way down. You always like. It starts like making you think, like, okay.
You're constantly questioning. You're like,
yeah.
Okay.
I saw a good comment in the chat earlier, thinking like, what, you think the market's gonna go straight down?
Yeah. No, it's a good comment.
You know?
It's a good comment. Although earlier today you could have looked at the 5-minute chart and said,
yeah,
you think the market's gonna go straight up? It's like, well, it kind of did.
Well, look at the 5-minute chart now. Now you're like, now you feel really good about that stop where it's at.
Yep. Yeah, I feel good about this one still. I'm happy to be. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm a little bit happy I'm flat because this is some consolidation chop that you're dealing with that I don't have to deal with. That I'm not
dealing with it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
Fine.
If you only got one contract, yeah. But I was gonna say the best way. People always ask me the best way to hold your winners is to not look. That's truly the answer. Most of the trade setups that you guys are looking at and taking. You're smarter than you give yourselves credit for, which trust me, I know it sounds crazy to say that because a lot of you are silly people, but you're smarter than you give yourself credit for, and your trade ideas.
He's not talking about everybody, chat, all right? Not everybody in the chat is smarter than they look, all right? He's just talking about general.
But your trade ideas are going to work, right? And generally speaking, trades go target. The hard part is like we just said, holding through these little pullbacks. There's been like 3 or 4 chances during this drop to be like, I got to get out of this trade. I got to get out of this trade. I got to get out of this trade. So one of the biggest keys of holding winners, one, don't watch your P&L. Very difficult.
I've been watching my P&L the whole time.
Don't watch your P&L.
Do you even have your P&L on the screen?
I do.
Yeah,
which is yeah. You know. I mean, look, I try to do everything. I practice as I preach, but I mean, I keep my P&L.
I would
on the
say,
screen.
do as I say, not as I do. All right. Don't be like me, kids.
One of my biggest trades ever, though, I took my entry and I went and played it wasn't biggest dollar, but one of my better futures trades, a couple hundred points. I went and played Fable, the video game, for like the old ass video game. I played for like 3 hours, and then
while you're in the trade.
While I was in the trade, and I just tried my best not to look. Granted, I had my phone up and I was checking over every few minutes.
I can't, you know, I those like overnight hold trades always fuck me because I'll wake up every couple hours. Can't sleep. I'm like dreaming about it. You ever dreamed about it?
Yes.
I will dream that I like woke up and I was up $1 million and like, you know, and then I'll wake up and I got stopped out. Like that's always how. Every time you wake up thinking like, oh man, I wonder how much money I made last night when I was sleeping. No.
The worst is when you wake up. One time what happened, I took a long overnight. I woke up and I was up like 9 or 10 grand, and this was in my toss-up account where I was risking 4,500. So I was up essentially 2x my risk. And I was like, fuck this. I went back to bed. I woke up and I was liquidated at minus 4,500. I'm like, yep, this is not fun. This is not fun.
I remember one time I put a trade on overnight. I woke up. I was stopped out, but the market had moved like 300 points in the direction that I wanted it to.
Yeah.
And obviously I was sleeping, so I didn't take any profit. So I was like, are you kidding me right now?
You're just like,
are you fucking kidding? Like, it went down 300 points and then came all the way back up, liquidated me, and then started moving down again.
Yep. God,
Pretty much, it's like guaranteed to happen. Like, this is just how it's going to happen.
Always.
All right, so the Nasdaq right now just kind of holding. We're right there below the VWAP. What's funny is we kind of tapped into that first little deviation. We kind of been messing around with this idea, but basically like the opening range, you got the middle of that opening range being like the 50% of the middle of that, obviously that 15-minute candle, and then kind of plotting that as you go down, right? So you're looking at like there's the first 50% deviation, the second, which is funny because the second deviation is at 9:15. Like we were looking for 940s. Like you were looking for 940s without really any reason other than that. But it's funny because that level is right there, like as well. Yep. That indicator.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
There's a lot of ways to skin a cat.
No matter the strategy you use, no matter who your mentors were, no matter what, most of the time we're all trading the same damn things.
The levels normally do, like they all kind of end up.
They all be in
place.
a similar enough. I talked to somebody the other day who does supply and demand while I do key levels, not zones. He does zones. Our shit was very similar, right? And you're like, well, yeah, that makes sense.
I've also met people, they tell me their strategy, and I'm like, that don't work. But it works for them.
Yeah, I agree.
There's some people that are like great reversal traders. They always try to like reverse the market. And I'm like, nope.
I can't.
That never works for me.
No. I consistently lose when I try to trade.
But there's some people that they have a strategy and it works for them, right? They try to pick the top, they try to pick the bottom.
They do it, and again, at the end of the day, it all comes down to the math behind it. How often are you winning? How often are you losing? How much are your wins? How much are your losses? Right? What is the math? Not numbers. It's not a numbers game. What is the math? What is the math?
We want math. All right, this 5-minute chart, ugh. We're still stuck there on the 1-minute chart below that EMA. I want to kind of keep that as a resistance there. See, now the problem is it's gonna end up just chopping around here for the next couple hours.
Yeah, I think we
stop everybody out, and then later on today it'll be down there at the 940s. If you guys enjoy this stream, remember, BDH bringing the best and the greatest, the largest, the biggest. We got the CEOs, we got top traders, we got everybody, all types of people coming here to the BDH and basically giving people an opportunity to come do it in front of 5,000 people. I had a guy here the other day, and he's like, Alpine. Have you seen Alpine Trader on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's like laughing because he's like, I normally stream in front of like 300 people.
Yeah.
And then he's like, it's a lot different.
It's a lot different.
5,000.
Yeah. Big.
Doing it big in the BDH, baby.
Really big. No, there's no other show on YouTube in the same league right now. That's the number one fact.
Put it on the board. Yeah. Put it on the board, baby. Ain't nobody doing it like us.
Not a single damn.
It's only gonna get better. That's the best part.
No,
this
yeah,
is just
bro.
the beginning.
This is your first.
The beginning of the BDH. More to come.
First few full experiences. How was it having? Brett's been here a few times, right?
Yeah,
Brett's been here a few times,
and
and
he
the
fucked
take
me
profit.
The other day, real good. Not personally, but
the take profit guy was here too.
Yeah,
he seemed like a good
trader.
dude.
We
Yeah.
had FFN was here. We've had all kinds of people.
I haven't heard of FFN.
Yeah, Funded Futures Network.
Okay.
Yeah. He's from a South African guy, actually.
Oh, okay.
We're worldwide, baby.
Worldwide.
All right, Nasdaq. Will we get stopped out here at the hundreds? Was letting that last runner go. Just wanted it for the content, man. I could post this on my Instagram later and tell everybody that I got 200 points, and then I'm gonna get more viewers and more everything. That is, do you ever feel like that? Being an influencer type of person, do you feel like the pressure to want to put, like bigger trades up?
I used to.
Yeah.
I've been making content for so long that like, I think I've gone through it enough times where I'm like, fuck everybody else.
Yeah.
And I also don't post. I don't post stuff on a day-to-day basis. I don't think I need to. Like, I don't. my stats, my longer time frame live accounts kind of like speak for himself. So I don't feel the need to be on a daily basis, be like, oh, look at how much I made today. Look at how much I lost today. Like, I'll tell you about it at the end, right? Like, so I try not to. We're getting a push here.
Oh, buddy. Stopped me out there.
On your one runner?
On the last one.
Yeah.
They just had to do it, didn't they?
I'll tell you what, it's still a solid trade.
I mean, still, we're up 22 on the day. I mean,
I ain't mad at 22.
Could be worse.
I ain't mad at 22. I gotta pee one more time. I got the bladder of a small child.
Yeah, same here. All right, so Nasdaq held that 18,000 area. We took most of the profit down there. Kind of is what it is. Could I have taken profit all the way down the bottom? Sure, but I think it would have been more fun for the stream and for everything to kind of let this play out and see if we couldn't lock in a big trade there. 200 points. I'll take it. Or, well, I wanted it. But I'll take the trade. I mean, I think that's what you got to do as a trader. If you want to evolve, if you want to get bigger payouts, you want to get bigger profits, you got to kind of hold those trades longer when normally you wouldn't. And that's just kind of how she goes sometimes. So right now, Nasdaq back up there to the hundreds. ES is reversing, kind of finding a little bit of a bottom here at the 18,000s. And kind of watch to see. Is it raining outside? Oh. It's raining outside. I hear the rain. Right now, just watching here on the Nasdaq. Might go drive the simulator for a little bit. Maybe. Maybe, baby. So yeah, Jake, give us a little background on your trading. How'd you get into trading, and what was the draw to trading?
I saw Stock Market Wolf was the first Instagram influencer I ever saw, Andrew Diaz, and I bought his course. And
you bought a course, and then you became profitable.
I bought a course. It took me about 2 or 3 years after that first course.
Yeah. How much of your own just trial and error have you?
Oh, pretty much everything. I am very grateful to have 4 different mentors that I consider really impactful on my career. Andrew Diaz, Stock Market Wolf, Eric Marcus from Major League Trading, Trade Like Mike, whose name is Mike Spinoza, and who also lives in Florida, and this guy who's not on socials, his name is Chris Holcomb. On his Discord, it used to be Kansas City Shuffle. I basically spent 2 years eating shit and just listening to everything they were saying and trying to ask a bunch of questions, and then through the course of that, started to figure out, okay, this is what works for me. I'm going to take a little bit from Eric here. I'm going to take a little bit from Mike Spinoza here. I'm going to take a little bit from Al Brooks here, and put it into kind of me. And I'll give credit. The level system I use is from Eric Marcus, Major League Trading. He's the one, and powerful system. Yeah, powerful system. So I am, but I wouldn't be anywhere without every single one of those people contributed in some way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think the real secret to all that is the fact that you had to,
you have to take and do it.
Figure out what works best for you. And again, that rule of not the whole break-even trade.
Yeah.
Was that something that you learned, or is that something that you had myself. To teach yourself?
I had to go through that myself. I had to go through it. There's nothing. Mike Spinoza said it really well. There's nothing like trading like trial by fire. What you need to do is essentially go in and throw yourself into the fire enough times. And if you do it, you throw yourself into a fire 150 times, by the time you walk out of it, your skin's going to be pretty resistant to
fire.
Flames. Yeah. And so there's no replacement. And somebody could come teach me the greatest system in the world, where it's so accurate and you understand charts so well, and none of it really matters until you throw yourself into the fire over and over and over and over and over.
I don't know if you get this a lot, but my favorite is people will message me like, "Hey, I want to learn to day trade." I'm like, "All right, well, fucking learn."
Yeah.
I'm like, don't tell me.
Yeah.
How do I start?
Yeah. Start.
I'm like, the fact that you're even messaging me thinking that I should tell you how to start trading is just telling me it's a waste of my time to even talk to you.
Yep.
Go and start, and then come to me with an actual question.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, "Hey, I see that you use the VWAP." All right, well, now we can talk about it. But just to be like, you have no experience with trading at all, and you just want me to teach you?
It's a
waste of my time. It's a waste of your time.
It's a waste of everybody's time across the board.
Yeah.
there's so many resources out there now to learn trading that you really shouldn't be asking for anybody to hold your hand. And you could have the best teacher in the world. It does not matter.
No, I can't stop you from trading.
If they can't fix the mistakes that they are going through, right? If they can't solve what they're going through, if they can't solve, so you got to go through it.
I get guys all the time. They're like, "Hey, can I just like buy your course and then copy you?" I'm like, no.
It's like you might succeed for like a week or two, but like over. How are you going to learn to deal with a drawdown period then? Like, how are you going to learn to deal with... I can tell you strategies for dealing with 8 daily loss limit days in a row. Until you go through it, until you have the self-confidence to know that it's just the drawdown period and you're going to get over it, you can't help that, right? I can't fix that for people.
The big problem, too, is like signals, right? Giving people signals. It's really hard. Like, let's say me and you take a trade, and we're like, all right, we're getting in here, we're going to look for this, and that's our signal. So people get into it or whatever, they get in, and then all of a sudden it goes to that level, and I take my profit, and other people are like, but they don't know like what we've learned over the years. So it's like when I see a trade differently than someone else, they don't know how to manage it, they don't know how to manage the risk, and it's just the whole signal thing just doesn't work. Everything
is also very different because let's say you took the very first trade of the day that I took, that short, where it went, I think I was up 2,000, 2,500, and then I got stopped out at minus 1,700. That for me is like, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Whereas if I was a beginner and I got stopped out for $2,000 loss.
After seeing, but the bigger thing was you saw 2,500 in profit first. So you saw 2,500 in profit.
Yeah, I'm on tilt all day.
Then you close minus 2,000. One, you're definitely on tilt. And the next time you trade, you are 100% closing a trade right away once it's in profit. And then you start playing the game of, okay, well, what if that one keeps going without me?
Dude, it's fucking thundering out there.
I don't know what happened in the span of like a minute. It became
that's Florida for you. We went from literally sunshine to thunderstorms in a matter of minutes.
It's just crazy.
We're kind of like doing a little bit of a bull flag type thing here on this reversal.
Yeah, it's...
We're like right there in the middle of that 15-minute range.
At this point, I'd like to see the NQ retest the open. I'm just going to let the open be my guide for the day, which is the 150s, right? If the NQ can continue a downtrend underneath that 150s, I'm continuously looking for shorts, or I would be. If we get back above there, start holding higher lows and stuff, that's when I think the equation can change a little bit. But theoretically, actually, I didn't notice this on the 5, but theoretically, underneath the 5-minute bar's current low, which is 18,079 or something like that, underneath that bar's low, we do trigger a potential lower high. I'm not going to take it. I'm pretty happy with my trading for the day. But underneath that bar's low, that's a valid short, and you'd put a stop above that bar's high. So it would be... it'd be about 65 points of a stop, which is not bad. 65-point stop for 100 and something target. It's not great, but it's solid. So it just triggered.
Where are you looking at?
Just on the 5-minute chart, we just broke under, essentially short under 77, stop above 135. I'm not taking it. I'm happy with the short we caught earlier, and I don't want to press fate, but it's a valid trigger. It's a lower high. It's not, so if you came to me afterwards and you're like, hey, Jake, I shorted under 78s. I put a stop above 135s. Are you cool with that? I would be like, yeah, I'm cool with that.
Good way to look at it.
AKA like right now, Staying hands off.
A lot of volatility here again at that 100 area. Right there at that EMA as well. If we flip that EMA, it's my only worry there on the 5-minute chart. Like if we get back above the 100s, I don't know if I'd want to be short here.
Yeah, let me pull that up and see where that's at.
Just basically need to get above that 100 level strong there, and then the Nasdaq tries to push back up.
Math would be, you're looking for 140. So it'd be a 140 point target for a 65. It's basically a 2-to-1. So it's, yeah. The way my brain works, I like 2.5 or 3-to-1. I like to try and, I like for all my winners to erase 2 or 3 of my losers, ideally. And my win rate tends to hover around, I'd like to get this a little bit higher because I think it's only 40% because I'm an asshole. But it hovers around the 40 to 45% mark.
Stuck there at the 80s, back to the bottom of that 15-minute range again. Down there to the VWAP. Through the VWAP now. Down there to the 20s. This thing is looking spicy.
Nice. That's cool. That worked nicely.
Kind of just dumping here.
Yeah, we got that 5-minute potential lower high, and that was nice. I think we should get down to that 941s pretty quick.
Testing that 18,000 area again. Jake likes the 940s. Let's see if we get there.
I really do. The 15-minute chart has another 10 minutes left. If it were to close an inside bar and the next one breaks below its low, I feel like 940s is a given. This one might not even close as an inside bar, honestly, but yeah, I mean, we got some room.
Just down there, lose that 18,000 area. It is game on for the shorts here.
Keep all your passwords.
Dude, why do these keep getting these commercials?
I was dancing for one of those for a second.
That low of days so far, 983s. What do you think about those whole numbers? You got any theories on whole numbers? I got a theory on those whole numbers. I mean, obviously, they turn into support resistance, you know, right?
Yeah.
People get scared at whole numbers. They're it's a scary thing for people.
I would
it's not
say,
really like, I guess, a theory, but like.
No, the whole number is acting as.
I hate those whole numbers because you get those like stupid bounces that they shouldn't bounce, but just because it's 18,000, it bounces.
Yep.
And also a good reason of like, hey, don't short into like an 18,000.
Don't short into a round number. Don't long into a round number. Yeah.
Yo. Is it dead? Probably. Yeah, maybe. I thought we were supposed to put on the charger. I think it's. I never charged. I think it's in the front, but the charger's in the front. You have a trickle charger? That battery might be fucked now. Yeah. You like that numbers? Oof. Let's get it then. Yeah, it's fine. For daddy money. Oh, well, fuck. I mean, I'll give you 1,100 for you if you're going to dinner. All right. What else? What's the second? All right, call me back. I'm live on YouTube. Bye. Fucking car guy. Well, I mean, hey.
It worked out. You don't look. You don't pay attention.
Look. It worked.
You just let it go. That
So that was the problem there, though, was we were originally like that. That's the problem with these types of setups, right? Like we shorted like the 130s, but what would have made you more confident to take that setup again? Other than being up, like if you weren't up on the day, you had no trades today, would you have taken that trade?
Oh yeah, the one 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would have slammed. Yeah. Yeah.
But the
yeah.
reason you didn't take it was because you were already up.
The reason I didn't take it is because I was already up, and I mean it's not a good excuse to be totally honest with you. I pretty quickly afterwards was like, I should have taken that, but I have taken a loss earlier today. And then I got a good win.
Yep.
And so now my head was kind of doing, I'm like, do I want to risk taking another, right? And that's one of the other things too, where like some people tell me, they're like, oh, my trading system is mechanical. My trading system is mechanical, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, there's so much human discretion involved in trading that like there's no way your trading system can be something that's fully automated, or like, otherwise you just build a bot for it. Like, I don't know. It's crazy to me. So I mean,
it's also, the question is like, my favorite is people are like, yeah, I have a system. It's like, how much money you made? Well, I don't make money.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, then
I have a system, but I've never gotten a payout. I'm like,
yeah. It's like, I don't believe that in the idea of like systemic trading where every single entry is exactly the same, or like, or virtually the same.
Impossible.
It is impossible. Like every
Especially
signal
with the market the way it's moving right now, it's impossible.
It's every signal bar is different. Every candle that's going to trigger me into the trade is going to be a little bit different.
I do want to point out one thing here.
Yeah, hit me.
For the opening range traders. I mean, you saw where we stopped at.
Yeah.
At 130.
Yep.
Right in the middle of that fucking opening range.
Yep.
And that was what? We're 1140. So I mean, if you're that 15-minute chart, it's kind of interesting to look at now.
Yeah.
Now it's obviously in hindsight, you're like, oh fuck. But what's funny is, look, again, that like 950, 940 area that we talked about this morning, this was your original area that you're like, I'm not going to short above this.
Yeah, the better short I think still comes beneath it. Honestly, that's why.
What I'm saying, it's funny because like now it's 3 hours later or whatever it is, and look, we just bounced off that level.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think it's cool when you like, you know, pre-market or whatever it is, you identify a level, and then it turns into resistance or support, because then it's like, whatever you're doing is working.
It's working.
Right? We said yesterday's high, like that's kind of like the target, right? And then we joked about like, hey, they're gonna stop everybody out and then dump it.
That's exactly what they did.
That.
Yeah.
So,
it's almost like your crazy ideas aren't that crazy in trading. As long as you have a good understanding of how charts work, that's how the best trades come together. Is you're like, well, I think this might happen, then this might happen, and then I can catch the bigger move.
I think the best moves always happen when you least expect them.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're too like, oh, look at this. There's a bear flag. It's going to go perfectly down. It's going to be so amazing.
The most obvious ones usually don't. Yeah, the most obvious ones.
I feel like whatever is the most
out.
obvious, the market wants to do exactly the opposite just because, well, that's also the humans, right? Everyone's trading that most obvious move.
Yeah.
Right at open, there's a bull flag, and everyone's like, oh my God, there's a bull flag. And then all of a sudden, it reverses straight back down. You're like, wait, why did that happen?
You're like, wait.
Because if everybody's expecting something,
the entire world was looking for a bull
everyone
flag.
thought Monday the market was going to limit down. We're going down 15% on Monday. Like everybody's literally like posting online, guys, don't trade Monday. The market's going to get circuit breakered. We didn't get one circuit breaker.
No. I think that it was so funny because I was thinking about it. I was like, it almost feels like they intentionally, whoever is the ominous right, in the background of the market, it almost feels like the market was stopped just short of the circuit breaker, like intentionally, like a few different times. Came into the circuit, came right there, flirted with it, and then gave it up. And I think that happened. I think that actually happened in the Russell, the RTY. It went to the tick, like -7%, and then flipped and reversed. It's no matter what. There's always going to be people telling you not to trade certain days.
Oh, that's my favorite. People are like, well, don't, whatever you do, just don't trade days that end with a Y. Don't trade days with no news. Don't trade Mondays. Definitely not Tuesdays. Fridays, probably don't want to trade those either.
I thought that's just funny because I'm just like, at the end of the day, every day is a I think I've seen something used to this where every day is a trading day. One of my favorite trading days of the year historically is July 3rd. I love July, day before America Day.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Let the market be red the day before America Day? No, absolutely not.
You said you're a math guy. Do you look at any data in terms of that?
I don't look at any data. I just
because there are traders who they trade specifically off of like historic data, knowing that like these days of the year, normal, majority of the time are green or red, and
I
vice
can't
versa.
do it. I don't trust history that much. I'm very skeptical.
Well, the problem is it's always like on Monday, like, hey guys, everyone was comparing the chart to Black Monday chart.
Yes, yeah.
And they're like, look at how this happened back in '87. I'm like, yeah, but today is 2020.
It's like a very different world. Like there's very different
the
rules.
market is
like,
we have circuit breakers.
yeah.
Like everything is a lot more, algorithmic. Back in the day, that was because of a lot more stuff than just simply the market was crashing.
yeah, no, 1,000%.
And that's the problem too. Is it's so easy to sit here and be like, well, back in the day.
Back in my day.
Back in the day, whenever the Nasdaq goes below the 200-day moving average, it goes down 1,000 points. You're like, okay.
You're like, okay, well, we don't get the 200-day moving average. Some of the very first trading books I ever read, they basically told me to only wait for that trade. It was like the best. It was like just wait until a stock. And I was like, wait, I'm trying to. This book is called about day trading. How am I supposed to trade every day? We don't see the 200-day moving average.
4-hour chart, trend line.
Yeah.
Only thing I trade. Forget my 10 points. I wait for my 4-hour breakout, and then I take 10 points, and then I'm done for the
And
day.
then I'm done for the day.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of sometimes I'm jealous of those people.
Oh no, yeah. Again, I'm jealous. I'm not.
Because
Anyone who makes money anyway in this trading world, I'm like, I give my respect.
The question too is like, it's like, as you get more experience as a trader, do you then start to create more like reasons to take trades? Now it's like, oh, now that I know like about this level, now I'm like, guys, this is for sure. If it bounces off this level.
I think I refine as the time goes on. I get more and more like refined with what I'm doing, and I'm like, okay, in order for me to put on risk, it needs to meet a lot of criteria.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be.
Do you have like what's your dream scenario like risk to reward on a trade?
2.5 to 1 minimum is my go-to. I like if it's not offering
Hold
me.
on, we'll do that one more time. Ready? What's your risk to reward? Oh, I don't have a microphone. Never mind. Don't do it. Keep going. We're on live. Give it back. We'll do it another time. We'll do some stuff later.
Yeah, no, I want 2.5 to 1 or more.
Yeah.
I want 2.5. That's
You found that's
the number.
obviously you're profitable, so like that works for you.
Around a 40 to 50% win rate with 2.5 to 1 is my sweet spot.
Yeah.
And that's what I want.
Obviously you're not mad if you get 3.5 or
no,
4,
I mean a lot of trades will go a little bit more than that. But what I will say too is that and then clip this sucker right here. Like one of the things we talked about earlier was the dynamic R. That's so important to understand because the risk that you start out with on a trade is not the risk that you're going to end with. Like as a trade is working in your favor, that shit changes. And so it's important for me 2.5 to 1 when I get in, and then as I'm in it, I don't really want it to go much further away than my two. Like I would like as it's working in my favor, I would like the market to give me trail spots to kind of give me a way to hold the trade without doing what we did earlier, which is where you have to risk a lot more just to hold it to target. So both those 2.5 is what I like to start with, but I'm always watching the dynamic R as the trade is going. Always, always, always. Let's see.
Nasdaq stuck below that 15-minute range there, the 50s, 18,000. They're kind of like they're holding up that 18,000 area here.
I can't help but think that we're still shaking for lower. I just don't know how it's gonna the way that it's gonna happen. But my gut's giving me that spidey sense tingling,
Lower. Where any specific level you think would be interested?
We got to start by tapping that 741s, get that out of the way, and then let me see what else is next after that. I mean, this is what's crazy, bro. Purely from like a where we have room to perspective, you drop under the 941s. The next spot down is 745, so another 200 points. Like does that happen? I don't know. That would be a big move. But then also you look at the daily chart and you're like, would it be a big move? That would be like a normal candle relative to this range. So.
Yeah, well, that's always the thing too. Is like when you're looking at the chart sometimes too much, and you're like, oh, there's no way we're gonna get to that level. There's no way we're going to go that low,
and it's
right?
like, wait, yeah, you can.
And then an hour later, you're like, fuck, we're there.
We're there.
The market did exactly what... I use the pivot points. You ever use pivot points? You have your levels. I use like pivot points that are basically calculated off like the previous day moves.
Got it.
And I've
yeah.
seen those are, they're math. If you
Yeah,
like
yeah.
math,
It's literally, yeah. At the end of the day, if there's
Yeah.
any takeaway you have from this, trading is math heavy. Trading is a math heavy career. Trust me, I'm not great at math. I don't like it either. But it's just the truth.
Stuck there at the 40s, 50s. So now it's like if we get back above this little 50, like 60 area, then maybe we move back
Yeah, for
up to the
long,
middle.
I'm really I think for a long, I'm pretty adamant that I would want us to be back above the opening print, which is that 150s. And so, much like earlier, one of the things I said, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna miss some points while that's moving down, but if it gets under 150, I'll feel a lot better about the short. I think the same thing goes for the long right now. You get better, you can get a good trade by trying to go long early, but you just get way more confirmation if we get above the opening print, above the 150s. So what would be a nice short is if this 5-minute candle closes and then we break under its low, that would give you about a 50-point stop. Again, the last two have worked, so at some point these are not going to work because they're going to fail in reverse. But the short underneath 805s, yeah, 05s with a stop above 60. So it'd be about 50, 60 point stop. Yeah, it's a wide stop, that's for sure. All right, so wait for this candle to close. If this candle breaks under 18,005, then a short is valid with a target, with a stop, above the previous candle's high. So it hasn't triggered yet. Doesn't look like it's going to trigger. Looks like it's going to go in the other direction.
Pops are getting sold there at the EMA.
It should be even better if this candle closes something like this. This would be even tighter risk. Still got another 4 minutes in this till this bar closes. I got 4 minutes till this bar closes. I'm gonna pee again. Got me chugging those liquid deaths.
I know, they do get you. Gotta watch out for those liquid deaths. All right, right now, Nasdaq, it's 12 o'clock, and just kind of chopping around here at the EMAs there. Losing this 18,000 level. We lose that 18,000 area straight down there. Let's see what happens. $18,000 getting tested. Trying to go.
Oh, she's not waiting for me. She's not waiting for me.
fucking know what this music's doing.
All right, let's see how this candle closes. The hourly chart looks really bad, man.
I mean, I think through the 18,000 has gotta go down. Right?
This is the short setup that we were looking at a second ago just triggered. The stop is now a little bit higher because it's an outside bar. It's about a 60-point stop short from here. Short under 1805, stops over 70. So it's not the tightest of stops. I think if you took this short, you'd have to be hoping that we go lower than 941s. I think you'd have to be looking for 745s, which is fine.
Nasdaq just chopping right there at the 18,000s, holding on for now. We're going into that 12 o'clock hour.
Let's see.
Choppity, choppity.
We got the trigger under 1805, stops over 18075. So it's a valid trigger. How many times do you want to test fate today and keep trying shorts? I mean, it's a valid trigger. One more wise woman once said, you got to keep that same energy.
Chopping around there. Kind of got a little bit of a wedgie going on there. We're stuck below the VWAP here.
Boom, 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 bada boom, 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 bada boom, boom, boom. You ever seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall? The movie?
Yeah.
God. First of all, Mila Kunis, but there's a scene in there where the guy, Jason, whatever his name is playing the piano, and he's singing a vampire song, and he's like, die, die, die. And whenever I want the market to drop in my head, I play that clip. I'm like, die, die,
Good
die.
clip. And now it's that lunch hour, middle of the day chop. It's 18,000. I'm telling you, this fucking 18,000, man.
Yeah, the round number, yeah.
18,000. Who? Who's buying there?
Oh, there's some sort of U.S. Greer Trump will not accept a situation where Wall Street is allowed to run the economy. What?
We're right back up here again. Chopping around the 18,000s.
ES is just bear flagging around this 5217s.
Back up into that EMA now.
15-minute chart can close an inside bar. The break underneath that inside bar would be nice. That entry trigger that was there from a little bit ago is still technically valid and in. You're just very close to the stop over 70s. I'm playing with fate a little bit.
How is this candle just one big boner candle just back up now on the 5-minute chart? Gotta love it.
Yeah, it's a nice nice reaction there.
Just, yeah, I got denied again at that
Yeah,
60s.
70s again. I think it looks all right. As they would say in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, die, 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 die. Yeah, at the end of the day, ES, at its most basic level, ES has had a large move down and is now consolidating, right? At its core, that's a bear flag. A move down followed by a period of consolidation. Now, will that bear flag get continuation or not? Who knows? I don't know. But that is what's happening. So
I mean, that candle just fucking...
Yeah.
This has to go down now.
The short under 1805s, I was close to getting stop over 18075s, but right now it's right around that area still. So let's see. I'd love one more down into 741s, but I'm trying to be a little bit cautious just because what I said earlier, I'm not married to trying catching the bottom. I'm not married to trying being perfect. So I'm not trying to force this down into the level that I want it to trade. If it happens, that's great, but I'm not. If I try and capture every last cent of it, I'll end up doing something stupid.
Truth. Ain't that the truth? Right now, Nasdaq just moving down through there. Oh, session timed out. All right, so any particular target you're looking for through here?
We're going to start at that 941s, but I think that because of the entry I took, I would really prefer 745s, which is about 240 points away. I don't know if I'll be around long enough to stay in this trade. I just don't know if I want to watch it for that long, but that would be nice. That would be nice. I'd like 745s if that's possible. Right? Let's see how this 941 holds. We should go test it in a second. I'm only up 25 points, something like that, which is again I don't mean only as in it's a small move. I just mean for the initial risk that I had on the board. It's not a ton yet. All right, this is working.
She's going.
Nice. Right,
Yeah, we get through this low. We should get right down there to the 900s next.
Finally, the level. Oh, it hasn't traded yet. Come on, trade. Aha, 741s. It only took 16,000 hours. There we go. I waited all day for the 741s to trade. I'm not getting out of it yet. I'm going to let it keep rocking. I think there's a chance we can get this 745s. So another 115-ish points. Another almost 200 points. I'm not going to be married to that idea, but this is setting up.
She's moving down through the 18,000s now. 17,920, still going nicely. 5-minute chart playing out there. We had the setup. Look at how that thing just got denied right there at the bottom of the 15-minute range.
Very nice. Very
Insane
nice.
how, look at that reversal or just that dump so far.
This is a good sign. The weaker reaction to 741s tells me that that's not really where the market wants to stop. So I think we've got a good chance at 745s. I'm currently up on the Nasdaq from a points perspective. My entry was that 016. No, excuse me, 06. Underneath the low. So let's see. If we get back above 741s, might change my tune, but as long as we're underneath that, I feel pretty good about us holding lower. Nice, nice. So there's 100 points.
Through the 900s now, still going lower.
Burn it with
The
fire,
short from
baby.
the 18,000s there.
I did have a little failure to go lower here. Let's see. Come on. Give me 745s. Give me 745s.
Are you trading the ES right now?
Nasdaq, sorry. I want Nasdaq 17,745, so 200 points for 150
fucking
points.
This guy says 700, 740. I'm like, 740, we're at 900.
First target was 941. That has hit. I'm debating taking partials here just because I did expect 941s to hold, and I don't really want to get caught if it starts to rally back. But I'm also like, fuck that bullshit. Let me hold till my target. I think things can get ferocious. The ES looks like shit, man. Like, this just does not, like... If I was long the ES right now, I'd be cranking my nails, being like, what, going through hell. Yeah, I think I gotta hold this short fully right now.
It's funny, I don't say it on the stream, but behind you, I've been just watching this, like, AI thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it, but, like, right... And look at that entry.
Oh, wow. Oh,
right,
yeah.
it was exactly where your entry was.
Yeah.
And then look at the targets. That's fucking hilarious. It's pretty crazy.
It
Like,
is. That's wild. I feel like a robot.
yeah. The AI and Jake had the same idea.
Fuck that AI. It's gonna try and murder me one day. I gotta try and murder it first.
Amen. Make enough money to murder the AI.
That's my life goal. I'm not putting a hard stop, but mentally back above the 941s, I'm gonna be okay. Do I need to hold this? Is it worth it for me to get out? So 941s is the mark where I'm watching as my temporary important area. Daily's just getting started, brother. 745s on the Nasdaq would also put us close to yesterday's close. You like yesterday's close in such as like areas of interest,
Yeah,
right?
well,
Yeah.
the gap fill for
Yeah.
sure.
So theoretically, that yesterday's close is right at the same area I'm looking, 745. Just saying. We got
Theoretically.
Theoretically, we got 130 points and we're looking at the same areas.
Same area.
So this is cool. This is short is working. Just for reference, You don't need a lot of contracts to make a lot of money, man. I've had a 2 contract limit on my MyFunded Futures account. We've crossed over the 20,000 for the day mark, only using 2 contracts in the various trades. So again, just a reminder, you don't need to be full porting. But yeah, let's see if we can get this 745s, baby. Appreciate all of you who have stayed on and watched till now. Someone of my own community just said nails hundreds of points. This is cool. Not trying. It's just this is. Eventually, everyone, if you trade for long enough, you will get to a point where like you've seen it all, right? Like,
I mean, it's funny is now I'm really looking at it, but I don't know what you're talking about, but that Head and Shoulders setup.
It's working. Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly a Head and Shoulders.
Now, I mean, you zoom out a little bit on this. You zoom out a little bit on this 5-minute chart, and it doesn't look pretty. Zoom out a little bit on the 15-minute chart. Doesn't look pretty. This, I think we caught a couple of entries today that are very much worth holding. This one right now is up about 150 points. This is very nice. I would like to try and get the 1 minute.
I mean, really, realistically, you've got that overnight low down there.
That's the other thing I'm
17,600s.
thinking of. Yeah, it's like that. I think that's in play. I think that. Sorry, the overnight low from tonight yesterday was what? 17,600s. That I think is in play today. There's the other none from yesterday.
Yeah, overnight low is like 667.
Yeah. But I think we might be larger on a larger perspective. We might be working our way down into the overnight low from yesterday that never got traded, which is,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we won't go there today. It's another 1,000+ points. Like that's not going to happen. But
That would be 16,000.
yeah, that's not going to happen. But
I'm short all for the rest of my life.
over the
that
next
low.
few days, I would use that as a target. That the market doesn't like to leave untested overnight lows for long.
Well, the 15-minute range, the standard deviation, the 50%. It's funny, like that 917 area was 50%, and then now this 840 level.
Yeah.
So again, it's just like look how the market is literally just bouncing right there. 840s now. Something to be said about that 50% of the opening range.
All right, so I just got caught P&L watching for the 3rd time on the day, which is I try to. If I do it more than 3 times, I try to make a good psychological decision. So I'm
The huge seller above 900, 400 contracts sitting there.
going to take half the position off because of that P&L watching. It's a little bit of punishment to myself. But I managed to get 18,015, or it was the entry, and I got first trim down at 817,850. So that's a nice trade. Let's see if we can hold this sucker, the remaining portion of this sucker, though. And now I'm going to try not to P&L watch because I don't want to punish myself.
Someone says that Patrick makes me laugh and Rake makes me hold.
Makes me what?
It makes me hold.
I'll take it.
Your voice, I make him laugh, but you make him hold.
Hold, I'll take it.
I don't know if it's a compliment or what.
I think there's got to be a little bit of both, man. All right, this is a bigger 1 minute bar. Glad to have taken the one off, but let's see. Let's ride. And is this enough for me to go all out? So again, same question that I asked myself earlier. I am going to go ahead and close that short. I'm going to close it fully. Main reason being is the same question that I asked myself earlier. I got filled out, by the way. 17,789. So like 7 points below where we are right now. So I didn't get some crazy fill better than... I'm going to go all out, though, because the same reason of earlier, the dynamic R. We've kind of moved down in a straight line from where I entered. I had a little bit of drawdown at first, but then since then we moved down in a straight line. I don't really have any place to trail my stop. So now all of a sudden, I was essentially risking... Yeah, my risk had shifted from the same thing we talked about earlier. Dynamic R had put me in a position where this trade was no longer worth it. All right, I'm happy.
He's happy. At the BDH, you get it your way.
Get it
Happy
my
meal.
way. I closed
That
minus.
what's crazy is that 400 seller kind of like popped it back up there to test that level again.
I'm pretty sure we're still going lower. I just think that there might be a headache involved that I don't know if I want to hold through. But
No one likes a headache.
nah. But that 745 area really makes logical sense, but don't need to be perfect. I don't need to be perfect.
True story. All right, right now just sitting back here, and I think that's pretty much kind of the story.
pretty- yeah.
12:30 almost.
We're doing good.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad at all. There's some good trades in here today. We held some winners well.
We held, chat. I mean, look, there's that. Well, I mean, we're far below the 940s now.
Yeah.
That was kind of the original.
That was
hit.
That was the original target. That
It
one
hit.
traded nicely, worked nicely. Yeah, and now where we go from here. But this is I'm a happy camper.
He's a happy.
The BDH
happy
is good
boy.
luck, man. I traded well. BDH is good luck. Brings good vibes.
It's a vibe. Everyone in the chat looks happy too. How you doing, chat? Everybody happy? Happy chat today? I didn't really see a lot of angry people in the chat. That's good.
I try my best to. I like that. I'm happy. I haven't looked at the chat once, but it makes me happy to know that it doesn't look like we have as many angry people because I'm trying to be a happy camper.
Well, they're
know?
just, they get a little upset sometimes. They get
rightfully so. They,
very triggered little chat. They're like, invite Rake tomorrow. He's got to go back.
I got to go back, unfortunately, but I will definitely be back. This was too much fun, and truthfully, I will be back in Florida more because I had one hell of a day yesterday. When
Yeah.
I scheduled it intentionally once I saw that the New York weather was going to be terrible. I had people sending me pictures of like gray outside, and I was like, "Oh, that sucks. I'm in the water. I'm in the ocean right now. Like this is fantastic."
I'm in the blue water. Nasdaq back up here to the low that we kind of broke through earlier, 940s. Nice little read there for Jake to cover that short.
Happy with that one, yeah.
And sometimes you just know. You just got to know.
Yeah,
Know
and
when to hold them and know when to fold them.
the dynamic R helped me out there, but that was
Got a big volume
somewhere
spike
back. Yeah.
right there. That big seller that was sitting there at the 912s got filled.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna be drinking so many liquid deaths. I gotta pee.
All right. If you guys haven't hit that like button, subscribe button, you want to see Rake back here at the BDH, you know what to do. Tell your friends, tell everybody. Let them know. Say, hey, we want Rake. We want him back at the BDH. Well, I need your support, people. You support me, I support you. Friends helping friends, right? If you want to come to the BDH and stream, hit up g@onlyprofirms.com. Not everybody will be invited, but we'll let the best of the best come and trade with us. Oh my God, did that short just work? Oh my God. We are back, boys. We are so back. We are so back. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh, what the fuck was that? I'm gonna call Brent Simba. Oh, answer, you fuck. What the fuck? Let's see if Brent Simba's gonna answer. Hi, is this the Tradeify risk department?
Yeah, this is us.
How do you feel about that last short?
In hindsight, I don't think we feel all right, but I think now we feel pretty damn fucking good.
What in the fuck was that? I'm confused. What just happened?
You know, I turned it on. I turned on the stream. I just finished like a bunch of calls. I got another one in like 2 minutes, but I turn on the stream, see how you guys are doing. I saw Jake's level hit, Jake's crushing it, and then all of a sudden I put on the live P&L. I'm like, let's see where Patrick's at, and you're floating around. And all of a sudden, that trade, oh my god.
No, I was 100 points short.
I saw it just retested 941s and then slammed.
What the fuck? I gotta love it. All right, well, have fun with that. Just wanted to make sure we're good. Maybe lock me out for the day. Do that. Lock me out.
Yeah, I was gonna lock you out right before it really dumped there too, but I was like, you know what, I'll let it go. Good thing we did. But
I can't believe I got filled. That was insane. No live fill at the bottom there.
Locked out right now.
All right, thank you. Lock me out. I'm done.
I need Jake lock him out too.
We're done. We're done.
Oh
We're
my
done.
God,
We're
all right,
done.
later.
I love you, Brett.
Oh my God. You're gonna die when you see this.
Yeah, I want to see that shit.
You're gonna die. That was a $26,000 short from 950 to 850s. It dropped. I got
950 to 850.
from 932 to 820. Are you kidding me?
It's fucking perfect.
That was insane. Oh my Lord. Now I definitely need to. We got to go to Chipotle.
Yeah, let's.
You like Chipotle?
I like fuck with Chipotle. Yeah.
Fuck, I knew I liked this guy.
Yeah.
All right, Rake. I'm thinking $1 million a year. You come to the BDH. You know?
That's a pretty
when's your
damn
lease
good
up
offer, I'll tell you.
When's your lease up in
I
New
got
York?
2 years, sadly.
Well, I'll buy you out of it. I will buy you out of it. We'll get you a 6 spot down here on the beach. We'll have a car pick you up every morning to drive you to the BDH. You'll come trade with us.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a pretty damn appealing offer.
I mean,
I'm
$1
not gonna lie
million
to you.
a year just to fucking come stream to it 2 hours a day.
It's a pretty damn good offer.
Offering people $1 million, everyone thinks I'm joking, but I'm serious.
No,
I'm very serious. Oh, you want me to show the chart? I don't know if they want to see it. There's the chart. That was insane. I'm the luckiest boy alive. Sometimes you get lucky in life, chat.
Sometimes in trading,
This
it's
is
better
my
to be lucky than
Tradeify.
good.
These are my Tradeify live accounts that I have just been absolutely getting destroyed in. And I don't know how that happened, but
Oh, that's amazing. Fuck yeah.
honestly, I think it was a glitch. I don't know. I just don't understand how that. I got filled so perfectly.
Oh my God, you're back, bro.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm literally back above where I started with this live account with one trade.
That's still. See, that's why I like.
They just locked me out. Brett's locking me out. God damn it, Brett! I was showing it on stream.
That's why big for the live accounts. I just die on this hill. Smaller, which is hard, like you said. It's just hard to get over that mental hurdle. But a smaller daily loss limit, and let it be, because as soon as you catch one winner, it'll
Damn
take
it.
care of all of that, bro.
Brett said,
Like,
"Can I get? I need one of those P&L gifs. Give me a P&L gif. One trade, 26,000." But honestly, the reason I took that short there was why that 950 area that
Yep.
we.
I'm gonna
Like,
call
that was
it,
just-
looking at it all day. 941s, baby. It was a perfect retest.
I mean, it's still going lower. That's the best
Yeah.
part.
I think we're headed to 7 to what is it? 7.
Would you have thought about reshorting there after you covered, or what's your kind of thought?
No, I would have been
process with that?
open-minded to it. I exited because I didn't like the fact that in order for me to hold this winner,
Yeah.
I had to risk 100 points of get back.
But that would have been a great cover.
Yes.
To then short again.
Short
Would
again,
You,
so
like,
the-
kind of been in that thought process.
I would have been. There's a 1-minute bar that you can see that taps the level. The next one breaks under its low. I don't know if I would have gotten filled. That moves fast, but the same system that we used to enter all the trades earlier, once we broke under that bar's low with a trend, yeah, I would have reshorted. So this is nice. This is going to 745s. This is like, I now have no doubt in my mind about it. Although I say that, and we're going to front run it because I said that, but.
The market makers are watching.
Market makers are watching.
Damn.
I would be surprised if we didn't make our way down into the 745 level. Which, yeah, I mean, a couple of real nice trades today.
Well, you know the benefit of living in Florida too, no state income tax.
Yeah, that would save a lot of fucking money.
You know, you could always, you could make $1 million living in Florida, have an apartment in New York, fly up every weekend, go party, come
I'd
right
probably
back.
still save money if I
No,
did
you would
that.
save money 100%.
Yeah,
if your
yeah.
residence was in Florida, look
Yeah.
at this. Still going lower. I thought I was a genius covering at the 820s.
Nah.
At 100 point lower. I'm just saying. Someone's gonna finally one day is gonna accept my $1 million offer.
Believe me, it's a great fucking offer. It's a wonderful offer.
Look at this thing.
This is here comes 745, 745, 745. Doesn't look like it's gonna stop there right now though. Let's see what we got below that.
Or how about, you could come like maybe do like a month, during the winter next
that
winter.
I would fucking love.
Yeah,
that I would
do that.
truly
I'll
love
get you a
because
house, right? We'll get you a sick house somewhere around here.
Get out
maybe
of
have
the
some
New York
other
weather.
traders come in. I want to do like a month of like, just in like every day, just fucking banger traders,
yeah.
bringing people in throughout the day, like full on TV network style. 'Cause
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm gonna do a whole like rebuild here in the BDH, and once that's all set up, then we can. I think what would be really cool is it was cool when we had Alpine and Nutty Bar here, having three people. Because then, like right now, it's basically just like me and you, kind of like going back and forth. But having that third person is kind of like
it's a good mix.
The tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Because if me and you were both like, yeah, it's a short, but then they're like, yeah, but look at this level. We're like, oh.
Keeps you in check. Keeps you in
it's
check.
nice to have the three. There we go. 733 is getting tapped.
Oof.
The man, the myth, the legend, RAKETRADES, absolutely crushing it here today. The Head and Shoulders. Look at how beautifully that Head and Shoulders played out.
Nice ass short, man. And I'm taking myself. So that's one of the other things I'll just say.
What do you do? To give us a secret. I'll let you explain it. But how do you deal with that FOMO and then that like emotion now?
I deal with this just because I know that the way I caught these ones earlier today, I'm like, I'll do that again. The next time they're offered, I'll find an entry again. Once you have a good system where you're like, you'll catch the next one, your FOMO becomes a little bit less. What I will say is that this third short of the day, I should have held that because even though Dynamic R was against me in the sense of like, oh, I could give back some profits on a rally, the lower target was still far enough away. It was still 100+ points away when I closed. So like, again, if we're playing that same math game, I have to keep the same math energy that I kept. If I closed earlier because I wanted to satisfy that Dynamic R, and that one theoretically I should have held. That's okay. It's okay. The one thing I will say too is that if you want to hold your winners well, you're going to have to be okay with being in profit, going back towards even, or giving back some of those profit. And that's hard.
Yeah,
that part is hard.
That trade that I was in earlier, I was up like 25 grand and then basically got back to like only being up, 18 on the Dow. And I'm like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, fuck, why did I not take it,
It gets in your head. Then you think about it now, and you're like, well, if you had just held that first entry, which theoretically, from the chart,
that is the worst thing sometimes, I think, because what happens there though is when you start to like go back and like, man, if I would have just been held that short from earlier,
it hurts. But it's also, for me, I've tried to learn from it in the sense where I've tried to be like, okay, this happens to me way too often. Way too often do I just like, if I just held this short, if I just held this long. So I'm like, now I'm like, okay, what do I do to make sure that I do hold? Like, on some level, I'd rather try and eat an L if I have to, than deal with, like, there's some part of me that feel, and I don't think this is the case today. I'm happy with how I traded. But on some days, I would have rather risked 5K and be fine taking the loss and not worried about if I was up 10K or whatever, and just try to hold short the whole fucking day.
But that's also plays into, like you said, the data, right?
Yeah.
Because over a longer period of time, those $5,000, stop out, whatever, max loss days are going to end up being $40,000, $50,000 profit days.
Yep.
Because like on a day like today, if you would still be short, you're like, hey, now I'm up 50,000, and that pays for all of those fucking stop out days.
All those and more, right? All those and more.
That's what, 25 stop out days? Like,
exactly.
How many times do you get 25 stop out days,
Well, that's what on my MyFunded Futures live account, today's a good example. My risk limit is variable. Sometimes I'll exceed it I'll let it go more if I need to, but I generally speaking use a $2,500 daily loss limit. On my MyFunded Futures account, I made over 20K today, so that theoretically means, the way I try and look at it is, I just made 10 max losing days. I can lose 10 days in a row, and theoretically, all I did was give back 1 day of profit. Like, that is what works for me in my brain. And so, if I have a smaller one, keep it tight, catch the bigger winning days, and then all of a sudden, you've just made 8 days of risk, 5 days of risk, 6 days of risk. You feel more comfortable taking the risk the next day, knowing that, oh, well, that's 1/6 of what I made the previous day. That's very, very helpful.
Fuck, still going.
Yeah, this is
680,
wild.
670. What's crazy is, 10 minutes ago we were joking about like, oh man, 700 is pretty far down there. But
Yeah.
like, you know,
No, that
it
was
could
silly.
Get hit.
That was silly for me to have thought. Also, honestly, I'm not trying to say the world's going to end, but like if we're just talking purely levels and where we can go next, if we stay under the 745s, the next area is 196. That's 500 plus points away, right? Like that.
Why would you say 196? Just because that's the kind of like where we were chopping at.
That's
Monday?
the spot. It's just.
Because I would say for me, I'd be like maybe 420 first.
420 naturally.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you're gonna get high, you gotta hit 420 first.
Yeah.
But just because if I look at yesterday's, like that was kind of that higher low on Monday.
Yeah. If that's an area we've got to get through, but I feel like we only quickly stopped there, you know, on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
We only quickly stopped there. Really where we spent most of that time was that 196.
So you're like, 196 down here.
That's the market likes to move with intent and purpose. It doesn't like to just go from like randomly spot to spot.
So if you were short from the 800s, you would be like, just not even worried about the 400s. So I'm like, I'm targeting that 160.
Yeah, I think that for right now, if I was short, if I had an entry from the 941s area, I would try and hold it down into 196, and I'd trail from there. Yeah, so the trail spot right now would probably be. It's a little tough, but the trail spot for me would.
I mean, it's just so hard with these candles. The way they're like.
The way these candles are, you kind of have to commit, and you have to be.
Like this 15-minute candle. What do you got? 300 points on that thing?
Exactly,
Like,
and you have to accept.
what do you
that,
do? You know, put your stop 300 points higher.
That's pretty much what you have to do. So
Yeah.
that's why dynamic R is so important to me, is because it's never worth, if you're putting your stop 300 points higher, your target has to be at least 500 points lower. Right now, it actually is. As crazy as it sounds, the target is 196.
But again, the risk reward
is skewed.
up
Yeah.
to 18,000s was way better.
Way
in
better.
terms of just, you know,
Way better.
targets and what you're risking.
Yeah, and the entry that we were given, we got a nice. The signal bar that was offered was a very nice signal bar.
I still wanna give credit to the opening range there. I mean, that middle of the opening range turned into resistance. Then the bottom turned into resistance. I mean, hard to hate on it.
I have no hate in my heart at all for a 15-minute orb strategy. I've heard a lot of people who I know make money talk about it, use it. I got nothing but love in
Because
my
again,
heart.
today, like, look, 11:30, that turned into resistance, and it's like, hey, if you're looking to get short, the middle, that's even if you're not looking at the range, you're just looking at it that as the the first. Those kind of like where those 15-minute candles were, kind of holding that 130, 140 area.
Yep.
Beautiful. I mean,
Beautiful day,
the
bro.
Head and shoulders.
Beautiful day. I'm a happy camper.
Quite the head and shoulders move here. Whee! I like it. Someone asked about the runners, but I think you already said you don't really do the runners.
I don't mind runners. I just already closed out of this one.
Yeah.
But I'm not huge on partials. I'm usually.
The problem with the partials I've learned is if you, or maybe I not learned, but I know is that if you, let's say you have your first target,
Yeah.
and you start taking partials before that first target, now your risk to reward is
Your risk is skewed. Yes.
Because when you have a losing trade, are you taking the loss earlier than normal?
No.
No.
So-
You're holding for that stop.
The only way I'll take partials is if I'm over my initial target.
Yeah, like
like
you're
let's say I'm like deep in profit and I want to
You're
just
looking for a
try
100-point move, and you're already past that. And
I'm
you're
already
like,
past that.
I'm up 200 points.
I'm up 200.
Down.
I want to let the rest ride. So I'm usually not a huge fan of partials, though. I'm just like, when you're in take your trade, sometimes go out half if you're up 2.5 R or more. Go out half or whatever you choose the number to be, and then let the other half rock.
The funny part is though, the market is just we're experiencing such a unprecedented amount of volatility that it's just like it changes the game so much. Right?
Yeah.
Like back in the day, like if we really got a 200-point move like an entire day, you'd be like, "Oh, wow, that was a really good move." And now
Yes.
it's like now you're like, "Hey, I'm looking for a 400-point move down in the next 5 minutes."
No, it's just the market. I always think it's funny because there's some people who say they'll be.
Oh god. Breaking stuff now.
Oh Oh man, you can't take me anywhere. You can't take me anywhere. There were people that say, I don't like the line that you have to adapt to market conditions, just because I think that sometimes that's an out for people to be like, oh, you can't trade this day, or get back. There we go. I don't like when people say adjust to market conditions, even though it's a valid thing to say. The truth is, you have to. Volatility equals different size candles. That's what it is, right? The candles today are 100 points, 200 points. The range is 1,000 points, as we're seeing a big old pop now. The range is 1,000 points. So if
But the levels, but in theory, the levels stay the same.
everything's the same, it's just how big the
bigger
range is,
ranges.
which all that means is what size
Oh my
are you
God.
using? What's happening?
That was what was that? 100 point, 1
That was-
minute, 2 minute candle?
That was a big spike.
See, it's like, that's the problem too. Is like if you're
If you're short in
sitting
that.
down here and you're like, okay, I'm taking this next bear flag, or you shorted here at the 57s, and then what? You get a 100-point rip to the face. That's the saying, right? Of the hardest, easiest money to make, trading.
Yep.
In hindsight, you're like, oh fuck.
Hindsight, everybody's a
Yeah,
genius.
but-
Everyone's a fucking genius.
But this is just blue. If you try to even short anywhere down at this level, you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy, man. That was fun.
Well, we enjoyed it.
Yeah, bro, this is great.
I think, yeah. Next winter, man, it'd be sick to do.
No, I'd love that. It'd be fun,
get a
man.
big house,
Do a good
bring
time,
different
spend some
people in,
extended
just
time
have like
here.
a whole month of just like experiences and fun shit going on. Every weekend we'll go to the sandbar and we'll pop off on the fucking. You don't know about the sandbar life.
No, I don't. No.
Woo.
Way back in the day, I spent some time on sandbars.
Yeah,
Way
like,
back.
All these influencers and shit, they all go down to Miami. They rent some like shitty fucking yacht and they go out to the sandbar. It is not the same.
Yeah.
When you live here and you I tell Victoria, I'm like, hey babe, why don't you invite all your friends on the boat this weekend? It's like 15 girls show up. You go to the sandbar. You have a good time. It's not some fucking bunch of weirdos. Like, I love the influencers in Miami that post they're on a yacht or whatever, and it's like them and 20 dudes. I'm like,
I hope you had a great time. Yeah.
sounds like a good time for me not to be there. I ain't trying to be about that life.
I never need to go back to Miami ever again.
I live here and I don't ever go to Miami.
No, it's a totally different state, bro. I consider Miami its own
country,
state. Different country. It's its own state. I had a good time. I never need to go back again. It's the exact same thing over and over. But I enjoyed Florida. This was a good trip down. So, yeah, I'm absolutely down. I'll be back.
Yeah.
No, Florida was not Miami. Was a very good way to experience Florida. This is my first time spending time here without being in Miami.
Wait.
Fuck Miami.
Bro.
I'm not going back.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
and
need
like
to.
I said, once you get to experience that boat life, you'll be moving down
Yeah.
there before you know it. It's so nice because, like, literally, we'll jump on the boat, we'll go to the sandbar, stop at a restaurant, have a couple drinks, just like cruise, you know.
So
And it's,
what is the sand? It's a giant piece of sand where I know you can stand in the ocean,
yeah, but
right?
sandbar is just basically a bunch of sand, just like ends up crazy.
Do they have like a?
There'd be like 1,000 boats. Everyone just rafted up, playing music, like fucking girls everywhere. It's a good time. It's a real good time.
Yeah, that's an easy sell. You could convince
Yeah,
me
no,
of that.
it's terrible. You don't want to go. But yeah, awesome. I don't. What else to do at this
yeah.
point? I mean,
No, this is great. This was
if you didn't
great.
make money today, I mean, I don't fucking know what to do. I'm turning into the comment chat.
Yeah, right?
If you didn't make money shorting today, you suck. Well, we got lucky. There's definitely, I would say, there's a little bit of luck to it. Sometimes you just get in at the right time, the market does some crazy shit where it just dumps down 200 points, and other times it does the exact opposite and rips up 200 points, stops you out, and then goes lower. What's your mental, like, what do you do about those when shit just like, because the Nasdaq is just notorious for just fucking chopping or doing some crazy move, and then even like this whole move down, like, yeah, we were like, oh, we're gonna go. Earlier when we were short from the fucking 130s, we were like, oh, it's going to go down to the 940s. Then it ends up chopping around. Like, so how do you stop yourself from...
I smoke a joint and I get away from the screens. The
Yeah.
more you...
So if you hit that max loss, you're just fucking
I'm
done.
just done.
You walk.
I try to be. It's, there's always temptation. Load a couple more accounts, load this, load that, do all that.
That's the problem, too, with having multiple accounts.
That's the problem with having multiple accounts. So
My
I'm
biggest
now,
blow-up days are always like I blow up one account, and then it's just I got to blow up all.
It's a
I go,
cycle.
I'm on a tilt, and it's like, here we go, boys.
The max daily loss is very helpful for me because on my Top Step and my MyFunded futures, doesn't matter what I want, I can't blow those accounts in a day, right? Like, it's just not possible. And then truthfully, with personal accounts, the margins are so low that like you don't need to keep money in there. Like I keep in a trade of 8 like $5,000, and that gives you access to 5 minis. You don't need more than 5 minis. And guess what? If you do, take a couple winning trades, and then you'll have enough margin to do 10. Like the requirements are so low that I think on a personal trade of 8, I honestly think whatever money is in a personal trade of 8 is susceptible to getting blown because it's such low margin, such low access. So keep that, like the whole account balance set on a personal trade of 8 will be my daily loss limit, right?
Yeah.
Like theoretically, if I lose 5 or 6 grand in a day, it's like whatever. In order for me to get worse than that, I'll have to send a midday wire.
Ooh. I'm
usually pretty, I'm not saying I haven't done it before, but
we've all done it.
We've all done it.
We've
But
all done
it's usually that sign, especially with Wells Fargo, it makes you enter the little code numbers thingies. When I got to go and grab the code, that's when you're like, all right, I shouldn't do this anymore. You're like, this is going to take
If
an hour.
I got to start wiring money to my account, I should be.
This is fucking stupid,
I probably
right?
should not keep
Yeah,
doing it.
you're obviously not doing well. So that's how I avoid tilt, is put it in a way that like no matter what, there's nothing that unless I'm literally wiring in cash, there's no way that I could blow. Like you said, your bank account is separate than your trading account. Like, and the only thing linking those two during one individual given trading day is a wire. So if you can manage to not wire that one time, you'll theoretically be safe. So I keep my top step in my fund futures daily loss limits at like 2 to 3% of their overall value.
How often do you take payouts, like from Top Step?
From Top Step, I took I haven't taken it from this live one yet. I'm just trying to, I wanted to get the 30 days and then probably pull it all, which I'm now at. I'm over the 30 days, but now I'm kind of just like.
I mean, at a certain point, like the problem too is the benefits of trading a live funded account just aren't better than trading.
No. So I'm hopeful that with my funded futures, I'm hopeful that before I take a withdrawal from that, another one, I've taken a few, but before I take another one, I'm hopeful that I can get them to change the rules. I'm hopeful that I can get them to, and we've talked about this before. My funded futures is great, but they've talked about just because my account, 6-7 months of data, very calm, very stable. In my head, I'm like, what do you need to do to confirm that you want to copy me? And then that way, if you're copy trading me, I want 120% of my payout. I don't want a 90% payout split. I want 120. I want 130. I want 140%. Yeah. Because I'm assuming you're making money on copying me on the back end. And I'm willing to do some. This is my we got to talk. Me and my fund futures talked about it briefly in the past. Then life got in the way. But something where I take a portion of my profit, I lock it up. I say, hey, I can't withdraw this. Do something. But in return, I want you guys to copy me. I want you to take that risk, copy me, and then when I come time to withdraw my payout, I'm taking 140% because you got to give me enough to incentivize me to not go trade a personal account. Does that happen? I don't know.
I don't know. See, even at the 140%, I don't know if the taxes are worth it.
It would need to be just about. Yeah. It'd need to be pretty much 140% in order for the taxes to make the tax difference worth it. Here's the only thing I'll say: are personal accounts better for tax purposes? 1,000%, no questions asked. Except you are taxed the minute you make any money on a personal account. I made a bunch of money 2 weeks ago, withdrew it all. Doesn't matter if I withdrew it or not. I was taxed on it the minute I was done trading it. My Top Step and my MyFunded Futures live account, I'm not taxed till I withdraw.
Payout,
So theoretically, it's a tax-free little haven for me at the moment until I take the payout, right? And so,
good way to look at it.
Let's say that this year, in my overall trading and my business and my life, I have a slower year. I can afford a bigger tax hit. I take it all out. Let's say that next year I have a giant trading year and a giant business year, and I am not trying to add a single dime to my tax bill. I don't have to. I just don't withdraw it, right? So there's absolutely more positive benefits to trading a personal account, but if you are looking at what could be a benefit to a prop firm live account, it's that it's tax-free until you withdraw. That's really what it is. And so my goal is keep them big, keep cash flowing into them, and then whenever I need money, or wherever I want money, I'll just take 10 grand out. Yeah, I'll pay the taxes on the 10 grand. Yeah, I'll pay a profit split. But it's not taxed. I'm not taxed before that, and I can control when it comes.
I don't think I've heard anyone talk about that idea.
No, that's the only reason that, in my opinion, that's the only reason that it makes sense. It's like you can control when, which I love. There's some of you out there right now that's like, it doesn't make sense. You're still paying more. I get that. I'm not saying you're not paying more. You are paying more, but you're controlling the when, and that is beneficial. If you can control the when you get taxed, there's benefits to that. And so
Yeah, I know all about that. I took a $600,000 payout from Apex in December of last year. What a terrible fucking idea that was.
like, if you had literally waited, that's what I mean. No, like
Just because I wanted to post it on fucking Twitter. What a dumbass.
no, but like if you wait another month, all of a sudden you can control that. You're like, okay, now my tax doesn't
I'm a
come.
fucking moron.
Yeah, and
I'm a
so
moron.
that to me is the big benefit of like prop live accounts and why I'm keeping my Top Step. Right now, I'm just gonna keep it until maybe they change their rules on bonuses and stuff. Jesus, man.
Yeah.
This shit, you Floridians are crazy. Yeah, so I'm hopeful that my funded futures, I'm hopeful that by building this track record with them, because now it's what, 120K into like 150 plus. I'm hopeful that they'll be like, okay, your stats have proven it. We're going to copy your trades now. And because we're making a free 100%, we're going to give you half that, right? Or whatever the number is, right? And then all of a sudden it's not a tax dumb decision for me to be using them anymore.
Yeah.
If they don't make that change, which is totally fair, that's all that, then eventually I'll just withdraw it all, and no big deal. But yeah, I right now I'm using them as tax havens. I'm not taking a tax hit till I withdraw. So yeah.
IRS is watching.
IRS, technically I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm telling you. I'm telling you what I'm doing. You can go ask Top Step, go ask my funded futures.
Yeah, no, that's. I think the only thing that would be scary about that for me would be if I didn't have like a daily loss limit, because then I would just fucking.
Exactly, but that's
the one thing that's hard for me sometimes with the prop firm is really like being serious about it.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Yeah,
because you're like, I'm up 10K, but it's like it's not real. Like
it's not real
until I fucking like get the payout.
It's not real until you get a payout. But I felt the My Funded Futures one. I felt good because I was like, okay, I was like, I'm going to do this account and focus on this with the attempt to show people that I'm, capable of doing the same thing I'm promoting. But then also just with the idea in mind that I'm hopeful they'll change their mind to profit splits and payouts and all that and be like, hey, you're a good enough trader, you're consistent enough, you know all this. We're going to give you another 250K to trade with and give you one, you know what I mean? Like that's I
know I talked to Brett Simba about it for a bunch, and they were talking about kind of doing a similar thing where you start out with like 2 accounts and then you do like a third account and you get 50% of the profit that you make in the third account.
Exactly. Like that's something that I
would
think
like kind of even it out.
Very doable, right? Yeah. Very, very doable. And I'm willing to put up some of my profits as like collateral or whatever, that in order for them to be okay with that, right?
That's when I transferred my sim funded accounts into the live account, they were like, oh, how much do you want to take a payout?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to take a payout.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't, I'd rather put the money into the account, and they're like, oh, well, most people take a payout on day one. I'm like, well, I don't really need.
I don't need the money. I'd rather have more drawdown.
To be honest, But now looking back, maybe I should have taken the payout.
No, they're back. You said they're back to even, right?
I'm back.
They're back. They're back.
I'm just saying.
But maybe a smaller daily loss limit might behoove now that like.
I got a $5,000 daily loss limit.
That's too big on 25K. That's 5 days. That's 5 losing days in a row. 5 losing days in a row. You're toast.
But let me
pull up I want to pull up and see how many. Wrong. Let me see how many red days in a row I had in Top Step. Let me just see.
But if I get on a heater, that I'm on, baby.
If you get on a heater, so can you? This is a good question. Can you?
Self-introspective talk now.
Are you able to change your loss limits? Like, let's say you're having a good day. Could you call the Trade at 5 risk team and be like, hey, give me access to 5 more contracts or something like that? Like, could they give you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, right. Like, so that to me. Keep a small daily loss limit on your winning days, then be willing to be like, you know what? I'm up $5,000. I'm going to risk this $5,000 and add another 5 contracts and hope to make 20. Like that's the way my brain looks at it. I talk to my funded futures.
I've also had plenty of days where I was up, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 on the day and walked away max loss.
Yeah, well, if your max loss is 5,000, you're just under. You're not at 2R yet, so that makes sense to me. Yeah, that's the hard part. Is you have to whatever your max loss is. Every day you have to try and make more than like 2x that pretty much. If you're gonna hit your max loss regularly, then you have to make 2x it regularly. Too.
I had a Top Step live account. It was pretty funny. One time I was up like $30,000 on the day. Just fucking market was going straight up.
They call you
in, and no, so I put another trade on.
Yeah,
and it fucking market reversed hard. So I went from being up 30 to now I'm only up like 15. Yeah, got stopped out, and I'm like fuck it. I'm going to get back to 30. That's my biggest problem as a trader is I get so locked in. Let's say I'm up $30,000 in the day.
Yeah.
And I put another trade on, and then now I'm only up 25.
You need to
I
get back.
can't fucking walk away until I get back above 30.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the day, I've already blown up the account.
As soon as that thought process starts to come in your head, you're literally screwed.
No, you're fucked.
It's
so hard too because like I've been very public about it. Like I made $1 million last month as an affiliate.
Yeah.
$1 million cash. So it's like I'm up. Oh, hey, I'm up $5,000 on the day. I'm like,
it's hard to.
who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Like I'm talking to my car guy right now, and he's like texting me. He's like, "Oh, do you want this truck or this truck?" And I'm like, "What's the difference in price?" He's like, "Oh, it's like a $7,000 difference." I'm like, I want the fucking $7,000. I want the one that I want. I don't care about $7,000 fucking difference. You know? So that's hard. It's hard to like, and it's also the social media, right? You get the social media, like you get guys that are posting their P&L where they're up 500,000, like Jade.
Yeah, Jade. Shout out to Kyle Jade Cap because he's up like $2 million.
I don't like, and all I do is I think to myself, I'm like, dude, what's wrong with me?
Yeah.
Like he's up $2 million.
He's up
why
2
am I
million.
not up 2 million?
He's up 2 million. He's on a hot run right now. But the way I think about it is I don't know. I really like basketball. Basketball is my favorite sport, and I use a lot of analogies for it. Basketball is a game of runs. There's one team that's hot, then another team that comes hot. Trading is very similar. It's a game of runs. You had a giant 2 stretch of runs from November to December, right, wherever the apex payout was.
Well, it would have been September to December.
So 3 months. Then another run in
January. 2 red days in 3 months.
Which is crazy. And then January with Tradeify, another run, right? And so it's like Kyle right now is on a run since pretty much the end of January. Yeah. Trading, much like basketball, is a game of runs. You manage your run well, and then you hope that when the market is on a run that it doesn't smack your ass too bad. You hope that you can just kind of contain it, right? And so it's truly a game of runs, and it's so funny because we're all trading the same charts, but all of our runs come at different times, which means in my eyes, the runs are not correlated really to what the market's doing. It's correlated to how you're trading because the market might be making bigger moves now than it was in January, but you way outperformed in January. That didn't have to do with the market. That had to do with you, right? And so remember, everybody goes on runs, even the Detroit Pistons, who were terrible last year, are now way better. They're on a very long, hot run. You look at them, they won like 10 games last year. Now they're doing great. I'm not trying to throw it straight at Detroit, but when you're on a cold streak or something, it's sort of like, okay, let the other teams go on the runs, let them be hot. My time's coming. It's just a matter of time's coming.
We have like this. I have like my fishing team, and they kind of have like a World Series type of situation where it's like 3 different tournaments, and then obviously at the end of the season, you look at the stats, and whoever wins the season wins like the championship. And we won last year, and then so this year, last year we got first and then 2/5 in the tournament, so we won overall for the series. This year we got 10th, we got 15th, and we got 11th, right? And it's crazy because we actually still place in the top 5 of the series out of 70 boats. Like, and these are like, this is Michael Jordan. Like, we're fishing against Michael Jordan, Dustin Johnson, like big name fucking billionaire guys. Yeah. And it's like, for me, like, I'm not a billionaire, but I spent $1 million on like my fishing team. Pretty much like per year. And like some of these guys, they're spending $5 to $10 million.
Which is crazy.
It's like, and I got to tell myself, I'm like, hey, like, if I lose to Michael Jordan, like I'm playing against like, a guy who has endless amount of money. Yeah,
endless amount of money. And no matter what in trading, I think it's important to compare because if using the basketball analogy and just sticking with it, even if you're Michael Jordan shot like 50%. Right? And so
no one ever talks about that.
Yes, he won 6 for 6 in the finals, but Michael Jordan lost a lot of playoff series. Michael Jordan missed a lot of shots. Like, every single thing in trading is basically about the 50% mark. You're roughly, and I know some traders that win more than 50% of their trades and all that. I don't care. The average number is about half the time. You got to look in the mirror and about half the time be like, I was wrong, or somebody outperformed. I was outperformed by something. I have FOMO, all that. Literally about half the time. And that's where I think most people struggle with trading, is that you're losing to the Jordans of the world. You're losing half the time, but you're not realizing that
they're also losing.
They're losing too. They're losing half the time too. It's like, it's literally,
because when you lose, that's all you think about.
It's all you think about.
They're like, okay.
It's really all you think about. So being more comfortable with that 50% mark, because you're like, okay, whether it's 50% winning trades, whether it's whatever the case may be, it's about half the time. You're going to be right, you're going to be wrong.
I think that's a great point to that as well. Is I see a lot of traders, and I have that too sometimes, where we have a very high win rate. Like a 70-80% win rate. But those are like, I mean, I'm a blow up trader.
Yeah.
Like I can be like, hey, look, I got 80% win rate for the last month.
Yep.
But then it's like that first day where I'm at a 30% win rate or a 20%. That's when I blow up.
Yep.
Because mentally I'm just so used to winning. Right? So when I do have losses, where I really give you a lot of respect because like the first trade of the day, you got stopped out and you didn't think about shorting again. Yep. You didn't think about doing anything other than just like waiting for that next setup. Yep. And like you were what did you end up on the day?
Plus, well, I lost on Top Step. I lost on my funded futures. I don't know. It logged me out.
Tell us the account that you took the first trade on.
The first trade was Top Step. I lost on that, and then my funded futures account is up over 22,000. So
there you go.
On 2 contract limit, which is just a couple different trades, but again,
a $700 loss.
Yeah,
part of the process.
Yep, and then just continuing to keep the losses tame. That's my only objective. Keep the losses tame, because when these moves, which is just moved 600 points down in the Nasdaq or whatever it is, I don't need to catch the full thing, but I know I'm going to be able to catch enough of it that I'll make back my stabs. That's really where I stand out. This is still going down. I hadn't looked at it in a second.
I know.
This is
the best now is it's just kind of like channeling down. Like you just look at it, just channeling.
It's channeling, but it's even this 1 5-minute bar is 150.
But that 18, I mean, see what's funny is like we talked about, like there's a big move coming, right? We consolidated at the top of that chart. We were at that 300 level, and we're like, all right, there's something big gonna happen. We pull back 300 points to 18,000 again. What do? We consolidated. And now we're pretty much moving on to a 500-point move down.
Which is wild.
So
Trend
like
range trend.
That might be, I don't know how you look about it. I think I need to look more about that. It's like, did we just consolidate before this move? It's like, are we consolidating before a move?
Yes.
So the more that we consolidated, that was from 11:15 until, that was an hour of consolidation, 18,000.
And that probably needed to happen in order for this to, because that's the way
That's creating more liquidity.
It's creating more liquidity, and charts move from trend to range. That's the only 2 options. If you're looking at a chart and you're describing what is that chart doing, there's only 2 options. It's either a trend or a range. There's literally no other
I would say the market
choice.
moves in waves.
Yeah, exactly.
So as it's ramping up is like the trend
higher, and then a range,
and then the consolidation,
and then a trend. And that is the only way a market moves. There is literally no other option. There's no other way to describe it. So
unless it's yesterday and the market just goes 1,000 points straight up.
Even that though was just a weird ass choppy range. Today we had a trend to the down. We had a trend. We followed it up with a little bit of that range, like you said, around that 18,000 mark. That was the range. And in order for us to get the continuation of trend, we needed that range. And really what I call that was a bear flag. That's why I enjoy the way that you trade, is because not a lot of these big words. That's a bear flag, right?
Yeah.
And after a move down, something that consolidates, by literal definition, a bear flag is defined as a move down followed by a period of consolidation. It doesn't have to look perfect, doesn't have to be exactly what you think. It's just a move down followed by a period of consolidation. And today, we moved down from 18.4K down to 18K, and then we consolidated. And we had a move down followed by a period of consolidation. And that's that trend range trend. Very, very straightforward. I like the simple stuff.
Got a text message that says that supposedly some previous FTT employees are selling customers' data.
Oh my God.
Classic.
What is the customer's data even worth? To who?
I mean, it's everything. It's your social security. I mean, it's everything.
Oh,
Like,
wow. I thought
No.
it didn't mean, I didn't think about it on that. I thought it meant like was selling them.
All my address, everything.
Oh, geez. I thought it was more
email.
like trying to get those customers on like an email.
I mean, they probably who the fuck knows what they're selling it to? Some scam website or some bullshit. Classic.
Yeah, that whole incident was wild, bro. That was genuinely at the bottom of my heart one of the funniest things. Just because not funny for anybody who was involved, but from an outside perspective, I was never involved in this. So it was pure comedy to me. It was, yeah. I mean,
trust me, it was pure comedy to me too.
Yeah, I think it was pure comedy across the board. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, no, it was.
It just felt like that one was so designed for death. Like
you know what was crazy is like I kind of stayed away from them for a while, and then I got FOMO because everybody was like, man, FTT's so good. There's no rules. you just fucking, you can trade, there's no limits and all this. And
Well,
it's
they
so
got
good.
Sage, and I think that added a level of credibility to them because Sage from My Funded Futures was somebody that like I knew him, you know, I was like, okay, if he's going there, then it's going to be in a good spot. And I think he didn't really know what he was signing up for,
mean,
and that
I don't. Who the fuck knows?
who knows, man. And all I'm glad to now is that I'm hopeful that everybody who was involved with it gets their refund.
I doubt it.
But I doubt it. Yeah, I think it will. At the very least, it should set a good precedent for. It's the only one that's happened like that in the space.
Yeah, well, that was kind of what I was thinking. I was like, never before has a prop firm just gone out of business. Normally they just deny payouts. And then they kind of weather the storm, and they kind of whatever, do a sale, and they get money back, and it kind of works again, right? But when it all was going the way it was going, I was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Literally 2 months after I started trading with them, it just hits all the shit hit the fan. And the CEO of the company, he calls me, he's like, Patrick, can you post on Twitter that you got paid out? I'm like, no,
absolutely
you fucking crazy.
not.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, what?
And then he's like, I'm gonna give you $500,000 to trade through my new hedge fund. I'm like, no, you're not. Will you fucking shut up? And then my favorite thing, just not to harp on the whole Sage thing, but I still want to point it out there. People will be very, 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 very nice to me when they need me.
Yeah.
And then the minute that they don't, quote unquote, need me, or they don't, they have no reason to need me, they become totally, oh, Patrick Wieland's the worst thing ever. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's funny.
It's like you needed him a few months ago.
Top Step. I made at one point I was bringing in over 10% of total revenue at Top Step. I swear to God,
crazy number.
Yeah, 10% of their total revenue. That was from my being an affiliate. And after everything ended, when I was there, they were like, oh my God, Patrick Wieland's the best thing ever. We love him. We love him. We love him. And then as I leave, everyone's like, he's the worst thing ever. He's the worst trader. He sucks. Blah blah blah. And it's like, it's funny.
It's like, wait, yeah. How is
I thought y'all loved me.
Yeah. No, it's an industry that's something where I hope changes. Where it's
the prop firm space is just the most toxic, terrible place.
It's
in the
brutal.
world.
That's part of the reason I'm not on Twitter, and I refuse to. I just have no interest, bro. Yeah, dude, I have no interest.
It's just bad for you as a trader. It's bad for me.
It's bad for me as a trader, but also the trades we caught today. If I'm going through Twitter and looking at shit while I'm on there, or trying to defend myself to Twitter, I could have posted the trades we took today, which you all watched. They were great trades. I could have posted them to Twitter, and someone would find something wrong with them. They'd be like, well, well, you were stupid for doing this, and I'm like, what?
What do you think?
I literally made 100 points.
How many points did you think you got today?
Total
points.
400 or 500? Yeah,
400 or 500.
Yeah. Between
crazy.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, if I can do that, why do I need Twitter to fucking give me a headache? These people are giving me a damn headache.
I'm getting a little bit better about it, and I think I will just believe at the end of the day, it's hey, if I was so terrible, if I was so shitty, if I was the worst YouTuber, blah blah blah, then no one would ever talk about me.
No, yeah,
right, because there's a lot of really bad YouTubers out there that no one talks about.
they're right,
they're just terrible. Yeah, maybe I'm not the best trader in the world. Maybe I'll admit that I could be a better trader. I could be better at doing things, but I've been here for almost 7-8 years now.
You're alive. You've lasted.
I've just continued to do my thing. Everyone has said I'm a scam. They say I suck, blah blah blah, for the last 8 years, and I'm like, well,
I'm still here.
I just keep going, and all the people that talk shit 5 years ago, I don't know where they are.
There's a lot of trading influencers.
I don't know where they went.
A lot of trading influencers who did not survive the COVID pandemic.
Oof.
Their business were founded in the COVID pandemic, and they did not survive.
Did you trade AMC and all that during COVID?
I traded GME once, very briefly once, and then I pretty much did not catch much of that move. No, I was trading for it, but I think I was in the stage of my trading where I was so serious about it. I was like, oh, I don't trade those memes. I'm better than that, and in reality, I look back on it now, I'm like, those are some pretty easy trades.
Well, that's the thing I tell people too. I'm like, if you can learn to trade futures, right, then you can trade any market.
Oh, anything. All charts are the same. Yeah.
If you're a day trader and you trade 5-minute chart, well, guess what? If you want to invest long term, just look at the daily chart.
It's the same thing. Yeah. The time frames don't matter.
I traded a Bitcoin bull flag back when it was at 80,000, went above 100, and everyone's like, "Why are you getting long here?" I'm like, "Because it's a bull flag."
Yeah.
I'm not getting long because I think Bitcoin's going to 1 million, but I literally see a fucking bull flag on the daily chart. It's been literally consolidating for a year now, making a massive bull flag. Why would I not take this trade?
Oh, I will say you're 100% right. The charts are the same, whether you're looking at a 1 minute, 30 second, 1 month, doesn't matter. The candle analysis is the same.
Yeah.
That stays the same. So like you said, I don't know what it is. I am not a good long-term investor. Are you good? I'm terrible.
Well, no, because I always try to time the top.
Same.
Yeah, I'm like,
but then I also
if I'm
I end
up
up
on the
buying
trade,
the top.
I'm like, oh, I'm getting out, and I'll buy lower. You know?
yeah.
Like if I buy Nvidia today and it goes up 20% in the next 3 months, I'll be like, I'm gonna get out now.
I'm getting out now. Yeah,
And
I
then
don't
it
know
just
what it
keeps
is
going
because
high.
I'm like, I can tell you with so much accuracy what's probably going to happen in the next 10 minutes on the Nasdaq chart.
Yeah.
Crazy accuracy. You've asked me what's going to happen on like Apple over the next. I could tell you, but I can't trade it. I have routinely fumbled. So now I've
You got a 401k, huh?
Yeah.
I just put all my 401k everything into the SPY.
Spot. Yeah,
Literally just
exactly.
SPY,
Which
and
is
I'm like, I don't care. I don't
that's
look
what
at it. I don't think
now-
about
I'm
it.
trying to set it up so it's just auto
I
buys.
do the max allocation every year.
Max allocation,
Yeah.
auto buys. But I'm literally like, I just think it's funny that I'm like, I have so much skill when it comes to analyzing short-term charts, but for some reason it just does not translate. I can read long-term charts, but I just pick bad spots to invest,
Yeah.
and then I hold, or I sell, and I'm like, whatever.
If I was like Rake, I'm forcing you to only trade the 1 hour chart for the rest of your life. Like you think you could?
Oh, I'd be great. Yeah, if 1 hour is within the realm of doability, it's as soon as you start scaling out, or it's anything, as long as I can be out by the end of the day, I'm still good.
I like that.
But if I have to hold it a week plus, which on long-term investments you just have to, otherwise you have to hold them for months plus. I'm just not good at it. And I'll be the first to admit I'm not a great. I should have made a lot more money from long-term investing over the past few years on this last run-up, and instead I just did not. Yeah.
Yeah, you and me both. Everybody. I mean, I bought Bitcoin during 2020 when it crashed down to like 5,000-6,000.
Yeah.
And I sold most of it at 15,000.
It's like, why aren't you holding
Like, I'm a
that
genius.
still? Yeah,
I'm a genius,
like,
right?
What the hell?
But honestly, I was up. The thing is, like, there's also trades where it's like when you're up 300% on a trade, you know, like sure
It's hard
it can go
not to,
higher,
yeah.
but like, are you gonna be mad when you don't take profit?
It's hard.
Like I
it's
had
hard.
friends who like during the whole cryptocurrency stuff, they were up almost $1 million.
Yeah.
On a whatever shitcoin they bought, and they're like, nah, I'm not selling until I make 5 million. I'm like, but why?
Why? Yeah.
Why 5 million? They're like, well, that's just my number.
That's
I'm
an
like,
arbitrary number.
That doesn't mean anything. We are literally at the top of the market right now, and you're saying you're not selling until 5 million. Like, what are you talking
You
about?
needed to go another 5x. Okay, got it.
I
got
also
it.
know when it's always the top of the crypto market when my friends start asking me.
Yes.
about
Oh, every time.
it. If they're not asking me, that's the time to buy.
Yeah.
Like right now, everyone's like texting me like, should I buy the market? I'm like,
Like you're a little
I'm
too
a little
eager.
worried. I'm a little yeah.
I need you guys to be texting me. I need my friends to text me. Not gonna buy. They're like,
I need to be like, bro, I fucking bought that last dip,
brought
and
it.
now I got stopped out. I'm like, right now.
Now it's time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need, as soon as my mom texts me, my go-to sign has been when my mom texts me. She's like, saw the market was down big today. You doing okay?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, all right.
That is
this
my favorite. That
I'm
is
like,
my
that's a
fucking
sign. I'm
favorite.
like, we're coming near the bottom.
When
I
people
don't know.
start texting me, they're like, "Oh, how you doing in the market right now?" I'm like, "What do you mean?
I'm
We're
like,
making
fine.
money, baby."
Yeah. I'm like, I
Making
actually,
fucking money.
I don't mind when it goes down. This is fine.
But that's we talked about that earlier too, like kind of having that bullish bias.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard. It's hard sometimes to like look at the chart and be like, "Is this a short?" And like, maybe it's gonna pop.
It's like,
Yeah.
the way I always look at it is every single time. Even when I'm short, I'm always looking for reasons to exit just because my brain is trained for the
I mean, you only
longs.
took shorts today.
Which I'm happy about.
Yeah.
I'm happy about. But I will say there was probably multiple times during my short entries where I shouldn't have been considering exiting, but I saw a green candle that my brain went back into long mode. I'm like,
Yeah.
is it going to hold here? Is it going to hold here? And then I exited.
Do you have any like tricks you do with your charts? Do you do any?
I've tried. Have you ever tried the minus NQ?
Yeah.
I try. It doesn't work for me. I
don't
can't.
work.
It doesn't work for me because
Well, some people they only have like they don't have green or red candles.
Oh yeah, one of my boy Ron, he does that. He uses the randomest color candles. I don't even know what color candles he's using. It works for him. He uses like clear and light blue. Jeez.
And then you got like people who do like the Haikinashi and like different-
that I have no idea. I don't even know what those mean, to be honest with you. I also my whole system was learned around like candle and bar analysis. So in my head, I'm like, I've never changed those to hiking. I'm like, these are what I know how it works. I don't know if what I do works on those.
You tried like different tick charts or stuff like that?
I've tried that. The smaller the time frame I go, the more crackhead I feel. So I try to keep the 2 minute, 1 to 2 minute as the lowest that I go.
I see like I try to stay off that fucking 1 minute chart.
Me too.
Like, if I find myself really like look at the 1 minute. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I gotta stop.
The 2 minute is generally speaking the lowest that I'll go. Recently, I've been keeping an eye on the 1 minute, just because signal bars have been really big.
Yeah.
So if I'm trying to find
that's a problem too.
if I'm trying to
The
find
2 minute
small
charge
signal,
fucking 300 points.
it's hard. It's like, well, shit, man.
Well, there we go. Nasdaq back up there to that EMA once again. That 600 level. I mean, it's wild. That is from 760. That's 100 point back down.
Yeah, it would be very hard to hold shorts through here because each one of these little pops is 100 something points. And if you're not watching your P&L, it's easy, but most of us still struggle to not check on our P&L.
I mean, it's just, when you're up 25,000 on the day, it's just like you definitely start thinking a little.
You
different.
definitely start thinking about it a little bit. I gotta pee one more time. Then I'll be mad.
Yeah. All right, chat. That is looking like the wrap here. We're going to go grab some Chipotle. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, subscribe button, you know what to do. I'm going to go drive the simulator to Chipotle. They got a simulated Chipotle you can drive through. Pick it up. We'll be back tomorrow morning live on YouTube. And then on Thursday, we've got another guest trader who is, I believe, just a YouTube subscriber who's coming to trade with us. So that's pretty much the wrap here. I don't know. Should I wish? But I said wish we got more, but I feel like we got a lot today. If you did not make money today, you clearly are watching the wrong YouTube channel. And absolutely insane day here. Market up, market down, big moves, a lot of opportunity, and, well, always a pleasure to have people come in. And, like, the biggest thing for me was having Jake come in today was just to kind of, hey, see what he's doing. Like, what's his thought process throughout the trades and all of that. So really cool to kind of have him here to do that. We're going to probably film a little video later today talking about some more stuff and share that with you guys. So if there's anything that we can do to make it better, there it is. So, Jake,
Dude,
how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm very, very grateful for everybody who stuck around this long. You have crazy dedicated audience to stick around. And
They're
keep
here
viewing
every
it.
day. There was 1,000 people waiting for us to go live.
It's wild to me.
And the thing about the live stream too is like people have to like choose to go there.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you have to like be like, all right, at 9 o'clock I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, it's a very deliberate choice on their end. So thank you guys all for showing up. I really appreciate you. This was fun, and this is definitely not the last time we'll be trading live together because it was fun.
I'm gonna come back when ICT's here in October.
ICT I still have some beef with. Oh my God, yeah, bro.
Oh,
I won't go into another side topic now.
We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later. Yeah.
Who doesn't have beef with ICT? Was he in the chat today? Anybody? I don't know if I saw him.
Last time I was in the chat, I reviewed 6 months of trading stats, and then he basically asked if I got lucky on one big trade, and I'm like, well, no. If you listened to me breaking down 6 months of stats, best trade, worst trade, you know that I didn't get lucky on one big trade.
Today's a perfect example, right? Like if you would have shorted up there at the fucking highs and you said, all right, guys, like I'm fucking holding this until it hits 17,600.
Yeah.
And it works out. Like, did you get lucky?
No, yeah, it's exactly. It's like,
did you get lucky? No.
It's just
like,
a
you
big
saw
move.
The setup.
Yeah, saw a good trade, took it. So I just thought that was funny. No, I'm very, very grateful. This was an awesome experience. You're a ton of fun, bro. This was really fun. So I'm looking forward to it again in the future. And I hope everybody had a good green trading day. That's
I'm sure. I think
crossed,
the
knock on
chat
wood.
is very, very thankful that you stopped by the BDH today, and we'll look forward to the next opportunity.
I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Dig bigger and better.
Yes,
there
sir.
There it is. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, subscribe button. Big thank you to Jake for flying all the way fucking. I think he enjoyed it more than I did, to be honest. He flew down and went sat on the beach all day and just looked at the fucking sun and the stars and drank some margaritas. So not a bad way to live, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning back here at the BDH. We're going to do some laps on the simulator later, grab some Chipotle, and what time's your flight?
8 p.m.
Oh, dude, we got all day, man.
We got
We're
time.
gonna get wild.
We got time. We got time.
All right, I'll see you guys later on. Peace to the Middle East.